Welcome to a place for those in search of truth and conviction, a place where we discuss culture, politics, philosophy, and everything in between. I'm Luke, and I'm here with Russ. This is Hardly, Strictly Politics.
Oh yes, dear listener, HSP Boys back in the saddle once again for episode number 27. Thank you so much for jumping in the saddle with us. Episode number 27, dear listener. I've always said that 27 is the perfect age. Today we find out if that's true. We're stacked up once again, dear listener, miles to ride before sundown, so let me blaze this trail. 2 separate continents, 2 separate countries, 2 separate adult beverages, 2 separate fact shamings, 2 separate paths to the same inevitable conclusion. 27 is 3 cubed, dear listener. Perfect number. Very auspicious. So keep that in mind when you saddle up with us today, dear listener. Let's get comfy and let's ride on episode number 27, which is in the house presently. Find us on Facebook at Zero Gravity Med. Same thing on Twitter at Zero Gravity Med. And you can always find us right here on our own house. Send us email at feedback@zero-gravity-media.com. That's feedback at zero-gravity-media.com. Subscribe to us on iTunes, Stitcher, SoundCloud, and TuneIn, all 3 under Zero Gravity Media. Also, you can find us on YouTube. Look for Zero Gravity Media. Look for our Zero G logo in our profile pic so as to avoid our imposter, dear listener. Can't miss us. Also, drop by our website where you'll find all our shows as well as the ability to comment on each individual episode. There, you can also send us a message using the contact form. That's zero-gravity-media.com/contact. Zero-gravity-media.com/contact. Now, dear listener, we've noticed a noticeable uptick in our website visits this week. We know you're dropping by, so drop us some feedback when you're in the house. Let us know what's on your mind and let us know that you're there. Also, dear listener, send us any articles you may wish to write. We'd be most delighted and most honored to host you on our website. Much to get to, Luke, so let's ride. Let's get straight into bots, brother. What do you say?
Sure thing, dude. We got a lot to cover. Let's do it.
We do.
Miles to ride.
Miles to ride, indeed, sir.
I'm just happy to be recording, man. Highlight of my week right here. Bringing the show to you, dear listener.
Yes, indeed, always.
So let's do it, man. All right. So we've got... Okay, I'm going to run through my bots. We know we went a little bit long on bots the last 2 weeks, so we're going to try and improve on that and run through them pretty quick this week. While still, although I think it's a good survey of everything that went on that week. It's actually very nice. HSP has become your one-stop shop for all of your news, and we curate it for you and comment on it for you. So we have some interesting developments with the Yellow Vest protests going on in France. They are still going on, albeit becoming ever more violent as the weeks pass by. And there's a reason for this violence, and it's because they are being infiltrated by Black Bloc, which you might have heard before. This is also known as Antifa, our nihilistic friends on the left. And they have began infiltrating the Yellow Vest protests, and as they are becoming more violent, smashing bus stops, smashing all sorts of things, burning things. Now, let's be honest, the Yellow Vest protests from before were pretty violent, but this is kind of another, this is an escalation, we'll put it that way. So,
yes,
but
sir. Not
worth being a topic on its own, because thus far in the grand scheme of things, it's still a nothing burger until something actually happens. Andrew McCabe, they put out 60 Minutes, put out a 1.5 minute long teaser. We were actually going to cover that, but we decided not to. It's only a 1.5 minute clip. And Russ, I think you had something else you wanted to mention on that. Is that correct? Or was it about something different?
Well, straight up, he straight up admitted it, dear listener, in that 1.5 minute long clip. He straight up admitted to treason and the coup that Lou and I have detailed for you in these hallowed halls of HSP. He admitted to colluding against the president, flat out, right in the open. I cannot wait for this interview personally, dear listener. What a scumbag. I mean, like everything the HSP boys, Dan Bongino, Sean Hannity, John Solomon, Sarah Carter, Rush Limbaugh, Laura Ingraham, Tucker Carlson, everything we've been saying all this time about an orchestrated intelligence coup against the president is true. And Andrew McCabe just admitted it. Oh, tune in next week, dear listener. We're going to be covering this. I can promise you that.
Absolutely. It's going to be juicy, to put it mildly.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Also in my bots, Georgia introducing what they want to pass an internet tax where they're going to start taxing Netflix. Man, you can't even Netflix and chill without getting taxed anymore. It's just, what is this world coming
so true,
to?
Dude.
Kamala Harris had a huge gaffe this week. It's quite amazing, really. So basically, She was on the Breakfast Club morning show, which is, if I'm not mistaken, based out of Manhattan. Is that correct, Russ?
I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
So she was on a very, very popular morning radio show called The Breakfast Club, and they asked her on that show if she smokes weed, and she said she did back in the day when she was listening to Tupac and Snoop Dogg. And here's the catch, dear listener. So she graduated from, I believe it was law school, not just undergrad, but actually law school, and I think it was 89.
Yes,
and so
sir.
Twitter pulled all this information together and figured out that after she became a prosecuting attorney for, I guess, was it the state of California, Russ? This is the danger.
Indeed.
Yeah, this is the danger of bots, is that we don't do our thorough research on it because it's bots. So
right.
In any case, she became a prosecuting attorney for the state of California, and people had figured out that, well, if you were listening to Snoop Dogg and Tupac while smoking weed, they didn't come around until the early 90s, which means that was when you were the prosecuting attorney for the state of California. So she was locking people up for doing the very same thing which she herself was doing when she was not at work. But it gets worse. The Daily Beast put out an article this week outlining the fact that Kamala Harris and her Attorney General office and her staff of attorneys, this was back in 2011, I think, was when California was trying to enact an early release program for nonviolent offenders so that they could get out of jail earlier than their sentence was, than they were supposed to, basically. Not basically, that is what it is. And Kamala Harris's office was objecting to this. They didn't want that. And when asked why, they said in response, because they work for $2 a day for firefighting forest fires in the state of California. They also work for free, cleaning up communities. And if these inmates, if these nonviolent criminals, these individuals who are there for things like smoking weed, were to get out of jail early, that would decimate their free and cheap labor. So these are the same people that she was locking up years earlier, and now when they have the opportunity to be released early, they're actually trying to keep them in jail so they can have $2 a day laborers, which is next level evil, in my opinion.
Man.
I've got something else in my bots about Maduro and Venezuela planning escape routes. Again, nothing really has materialized from that, except that Maduro called Trump a white supremacist, which is hilarious. I actually welcome that criticism from such a character because it just aligns the left with them entirely. Russia tests disconnecting from the internet. So, that's some very strong net neutrality going on in Russia over there. Factories recruiting from Puerto Rico, factories in the Midwest recruiting from Puerto Rico, total bots, nothing else to say about that. Amazon and AOC's latest idiotic statement. So you probably saw in the news that Amazon was going to be they were going to set up a huge campus in New York. I think it was supposed to bring like 25,000 jobs, something in that neighborhood. And New York, to incentivize them, was going to give them a big tax break. And oh gosh, AOC, she just can't help herself. So she came out and said that it was a good thing that Amazon decided to pull out from the deal because that just saved New York $3 billion in tax cuts. Not realizing that tax cuts don't save. And so she is quoted as saying, "I can has maths." And so dear listener, this is just a classic it's not even an economic fallacy. That's lending it too much credence to call it an economic fallacy. This is just idiotic things that you've been hearing for years, which is, how are we going to pay for the tax cuts? We can't do the tax cuts if we don't have a way to pay for it. Well, no, you don't pay for tax cuts. You don't pay for something that you aren't receiving anymore. You don't pay for that. You pay for something that you get in return for something else. So because you're taking less of people's money, that doesn't mean that you have to pay for that. That just means they don't have to pay you. It's just so dishonest. And, a lot of people are like, oh, this proves how stupid she is. Well, no, she's been hearing this her whole life. I'm surprised anybody's even surprised that she would say something like this.
Right.
This is all she's ever heard from teachers, professors, the media, her echo chamber. This is all she's ever heard. The difference here is that this is a narrow, isolated concrete that people can actually understand. Most people, when they go, how are you going to pay for the pay cuts or the tax cuts? Most people just kind of, their eyes glass over and they're like, oh, and they don't really know how to answer. But when it's something like this, where Ocasio-Cortez says, well, this just saved us $3 billion in tax cuts. Now, because it's such an isolated concrete, people are kind of like, wait a minute, hold on, something's not right here. So when you have it like, in a macro sense, people don't really understand that you don't pay for tax cuts. But then when you have it in this isolated example here, it just blew up in her face. This is why politicians, she's just an amateur. She doesn't know not to make these mistakes. A seasoned politician would know better than to go in on specific examples. They would just kind of leave it as these little floating ideas, right? And then lastly, the Virgin Beto rally versus the Chad Trump rally that occurred in Texas. And in fact, we have we're gonna change things up a little bit on the break segments today, dear listener. We're actually gonna play Ted Cruz's opening speech for that rally. And then in the second break, we're actually going to play some of Trump's presser. So kind of giving you a little bit of sound drops here. So
yeah,
keep you up to speed on things. But I really liked Ted Cruz's intro to Trump's speech. I don't know, man. I'm really, really digging Cruz lately. He seems to kind of realize that sort of very dramatized, over refined style of talking that he used to have doesn't connect with people.
Yes.
And he seems to have this more firebrand type approach. I don't know. I need to watch more of him, but something has changed there. And
yes, sir.
This is what I'm talking about. I always envisioned Trump being a template that somebody like a Cruz or like a Rand Paul could model the delivery of their message after. Not the message, but the delivery of it. And Cruz seems to be learning, and that makes me very excited. That's it for my bots. What do you got, Russ?
Here. Well, just to echo that point, I would say the same for Rand Paul. Rand Paul seems to be kind of learning from the president as well.
Yeah,
and
all of them, to be fair.
Yeah, all of them.
Lindsey Graham.
Lindsey Graham. Now, there is a lot of treasonous BS going on in the Republican Party, dear listener. We're going to detail that in this episode, probably in segment 1 when we get there. But let me get through my bots first. First and foremost, William Barr confirmed as Attorney General. Very good. Congratulations, Mr. Barr. We hope that you do a good job. And there has been a lot of chatter this week, dear listener, on Fox News and the like. Interviews with Devin Nunes, interviews with Jim Jordan to the effect of, we need the Attorney General to be sworn in because we are going to send him criminal referrals about people who lied before Congress in their testimony. So we're talking about Andrew McCabe, James Comey, Peter Strzok. Now, dear listener, it seems to be the case that Lisa Page told the truth before Congress, or at least mostly the truth. Bruce Orr told the truth, and maybe even Nellie Orr told the truth. Maybe they were kind of a little bit deceptive, but they told the truth. And so this is the context within which Congress discovered who it was that was lying. And we're looking for criminal referrals now. We'll see what happens. We'll stay on top of it, dear listener. Now, there is one thing that I wanted to add to the McCabe deal that's happening on 60 Minutes this week. McCabe did also admit to conversations with Rod Rosenstein wearing a wire to go have conversations with the president and try to bust him on 25th Amendment charges, which are like basically mental incompetence, right? And it was written into law and placed into the Constitution after Woodrow Wilson had his stroke, dear listener, okay? Because they had to get rid of him and get another president in place. And so that is what this is for. Like literally, if the president cannot function as the president, cannot execute his duties as the chief executive, right? It is not about deposing a president when you disagree with their political views, right? This is very serious business that they were trying to do to trap the president. It just goes to show that it was indeed a coup. Well, McCabe admitted this in this clip, and Rod Rosenstein, right on cue, comes out and starts saying, he's a liar. He's an absolute liar. Dear listener, we have a conflict right here. Either Andy McCabe is lying or Rod Rosenstein is lying. This is going to be big, dear listener. This is going to be big. So we'll stay on top of it. We'll report back to you about it. Jussie Smollett. Jussie Smollett hoax, dear listener. Okay, what did we say? Okay, what did we say? Let's just stay out of this until all the facts come in. Well, it looks like the facts are coming in, dear listener, and it looks like Jussie Smollett, or Smollett, however you say his name, doesn't really matter, orchestrated this false attack because he was going to be written out of the cast on his television show Empire, and he wanted to garner some sympathy real quick. And of course, him being a leftist, he couldn't help but make it, about race and about the president and all this kind of stuff. But it looks like he hired a couple of Nigerians to orchestrate a false attack on him, dear listener. And 2 arrests have been made. The 2 Nigerians, one of whom was also a crew member on Empire. So there's a direct connection between Jussie Smollett and this crew member. And I believe, Luke, if I'm not mistaken, he was Jussie Smollett's extra on Empire. Isn't that right? I think he was, right? Like when they say back in the Looney Tunes cartoons, bring in the double. He was Jussie Smollett's double, I think. I really do. So that means that, he looks a lot like Jussie Smollett, So we'll see how this shakes out, dear listener, but they have been busted and it's starting to look more and more like a hoax. What do we say, dear listener? I wonder if we're going to get an apology from the media about this, Luke, for impugning all Trump voters, Trump supporters as racist and all this. This is MAGA country and all that nonsense. You think we'll get an apology from the media about this? I am not going to hold my breath. Anyway. 22 trillion in debt. Yeah, thanks a lot, Congress. We just hit the 22 trillion mark on our national debt. Way to go, Congress. Way to go. All right, dear listener, there's no way out of this other than to cut spending and grow our economy. This is really an ominous dark cloud hanging over our entire country. Capitalism is polling really well. And I'm not going to get into the weeds about it, but Fox Business Channel did a really good poll about what the approval level of capitalism is. And dear listener, we're talking about massive support for capitalism. The American people, not just Republicans, are not feeling this socialist agenda that the Democrats are proposing right now. Very white-pilling stuff.
I mean, not just proposing, but pushing.
Pushing, yeah. Yeah, and we're going to definitely get to that in future segments here, dear listener. Yeah, what they're trying to cram down our throats. So anyways, so very white-pilling news. We'll maybe put a link up into the poll. There's a lot of data there, and it's really good, and it was a very well-executed poll, so good stuff. Well, reading an article from Kerry Pickett here in the Caller, I'm just going to take it from the lead. The House Judiciary Committee passed legislation known as the Bipartisan Background Check Act Thursday that would mandate background checks on all gun sale transactions and most transfers in the United States. What do we say, dear listener? As soon as they got control of the House, they were going to come after your guns. They're going to investigate the president, collusion, Russia, and they're going to come after your guns, and they're going to try to pass the Green New Death. So next little piece I want to talk about here, dear listener, it's called the Journalism Marshall Plan, okay? There was a piece that came out in Forbes this week. It was written by Michael Posner, okay? And the title of the article is Why Journalism Urgently Needs a Domestic Marshall Plan and Democracy Demands It. I'm going to take it from the lead, and then I'm going to skip down 2 paragraphs. The lead goes thus. This week, a commission of prominent experts, sounded an alarm about the precarious state of the news media in the U.S. and the resultant danger to our democracy. They rightly emphasized that trust in the news media is at an all-time low and that a changing business environment has left local newspapers in dire straits. In response, they are proposing a series of practical recommendations aimed at strengthening traditional media companies and urging new digital platforms to accept significantly greater responsibility for their business conduct. Okay, that's what the first paragraph says, dear listener. That's not what it's really about. Let me jump 2 paragraphs down, and I'm going to tell you what it's really about straight from Posner's piece itself. At the heart of the crisis the commission seeks to tackle are the declining fortunes of traditional newspaper companies, especially those in smaller markets. The report states that more than 25,000 fewer journalists are working today in communities across the country than in 2007, even considering employment growth from digital news outlets. The result, the report concludes, is a, quote, decline in regional and state house coverage and of costlier investigative and specialty journalism. If anything, this vastly understates the severity of the problem. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, from 2001 to 2016, the number of people employed by the newspaper industry went from 412,000 to 175,000, a drop of almost 60%. Newsroom employees declined from 71,000 in 2008 to 39,000 in 2017. A drop of 45%. The piece goes on to suggest that what needs to happen is that the government needs to fund the journalism industry. The journalism industry needs a bailout, right? What did Luke and I say? 2 episodes back, dear listener. And now this is literally being thought of and considered in think tanks, and they're going to try to go to the government and get a bailout for news media. This is Pravda stuff going on, dear listener, a state-funded media outlet.
Yeah, that's exactly what
did
that
we
is.
say? Yeah, what did we say?
And who do you think is going to control the
listener?
message behind that state-funded news media?
Exactly, sir. Exactly.
I mean, if this is the case, we can just literally start calling them the state-funded news media, the state-run media.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. It is literally RT, Russia Today at that point in time. Isn't that it? Russia Today?
Yeah.
Russia Times?
Yeah.
Russia Times. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I thought it was Today. Could be Times.
Okay, yeah, I think actually it is. Yeah, I only know it as RT. You see, this is once again the danger of bots, dear listener. We don't really do our research. We just kind of hit it and quit it. So, but the point I want to make about this, journalism bailout, dear listener. Let's just take a look at who is it that's laying off right now? Okay, HuffPo, like we said, BuzzFeed, The Daily Beast, Gannett. These left-wing outlets that have become completely untrustworthy, and therefore, because of their untrustworthiness, their untruthiness, they're losing subscribership, and they are therefore losing advertising revenue and losing readers. Now let's take a look at who's not laying off, dear listener. The Daily Caller, Breitbart, Gateway Pundit, Fox News, all of these conservative media outlets that have maintained
Zero Gravity
their integrity.
Media.
Zero Gravity Media is hiring. Yes, dear listener. Yeah. Let us bail you out. You forlorn journalists, let us help you out. We'll give you something to do. Zero Gravity Media is hiring. There are some catches to it. Of course, you poor unemployed future coders.
Yeah, it's entry level with 10 years experience, and you have to be an unpaid 2-year internship. But
yes, yeah. 2-year unpaid internship, extremely vetted. All of your writing will be subject to editorial control by Luke and myself, and that's just how it is.
Yeah.
So. But dear listeners, so like what they're literally discussing in this Marshall Plan is bailing out these failing leftist news sites, right? They are not talking about these conservative websites who are literally hiring right now because they don't need a government bailout. This is crazy stuff, man. Yeah, this is ridiculous on its face.
Yeah, this is just pure. I mean, they're just being outcompeted. They are not adapting.
That's right.
They're being outcompeted. Another thing, you have to be careful about these numbers because they don't consider the fact that there's this thing called technology, which makes us more productive and generally requires fewer people to do the same kind of work. So there's constantly industries shrinking in terms of, just it may be more productive, maybe producing more wealth, more value. As a percentage of GDP, it may be becoming greater, maybe increasing. Yet there's fewer people in the industry. That's just indicative of technological advancements in that industry. And
that's right.
And they can't compete with digital media these days. And
that's right.
It's the same thing. I didn't include this in my bots, Russ, but the 15 minimum, the fight for 15 workers, the fast food workers in New York, now they're fighting for unjust firings because they see the writing on the walls, and all these $15 an hour minimum wage workers are going to get replaced with automation. And you're again going to see workers being replaced with automation because a $15 an hour unskilled worker, which I'm sorry if that offends anybody, but it's true. I've been there. I've been an unskilled worker working in a restaurant, literally flipping hamburgers before. So it just may not be worth $15 an hour. Those jobs are illegal. Right. Minimum wage just makes jobs illegal, and then what's going to happen is they're all automated, and so this is the problems that these things create. So then these businesses are going to have to get bailed out by government because they can't afford to pay these people $15. It's these controls breed controls breed controls.
Yeah, that's right, man.
So now we're going to have state-funded media and state-funded hamburgers. I mean, what kind of a world are we going to be living in?
Indeed, sir.
I mean, they're probably not even going to have cheese. Hell, I mean, if the Green New Deal gets passed, it's not even going to be beef.
Yeah, right, man.
State-funded veggie burgers. That's not a world I want to live in.
Straight up, man. Straight-funded soy burgers, man. Yeah, more soy. More soy.
State-funded soy. Oh, the God. Just the sound of that makes my stomach turn, man.
I know it, brother. I know it. Yeah, man. So that's a good catch, though. I hadn't heard about that going on. The fight for unjust firings. I mean, there you go, dear listener. We kind of called this earlier, the fight for 15, when we discussed this way back when. This is never going to stop, and we said it back then. And just look, this is going to go on and on and on and on.
Yeah.
So, yep. All right, man. You got anything else on the journalism Marshall Plan?
No, I don't.
All right. I'm gonna ride on, man. This is a big one, dear listener. All right. There was a piece that Sundance dropped on the conservative treehouse this week. I'm going to take it from the lead. It reads thus. A lawsuit filed by Judicial Watch has unearthed an email, full PDF below, from Clinton lawyer David Kendall to FBI Chief Legal Counsel James Baker on the day the FBI was forced to reopen the Clinton email investigation due to the Wiener laptop. With the passage of time, the inherent issues have become somewhat clouded, and most people have forgotten many of the inherent issues that showcased how the FBI and DOJ had decided in advance not to prosecute Hillary Clinton. However, the key takeaway from this latest FOIA finding is that Clinton lawyers directly contacted the FBI team that was investigating the Wiener laptop. Ooh, dear listener. Now, this is an excellent piece because what Sundance meticulously details is when this letter dropped, what was going on with the FBI investigation into the Wiener laptop, and contrasting that in real time with what was going on in Peter Strzok and Lisa Page's texts. And it is a very long article. I'm going to call it probably about 2,500 words. So it's going to take you some time to get through it and think about it. But I could not recommend it more, dear listener. Exactly what Luke and I said. This was a coup. All right. Now, dear listener, I want to call back to your attention some audio that we played back on maybe HSP 8, maybe HSP 9, something like that. It was the audio of Eric Prince from a Breitbart interview. And basically what he said is that the emails on Wiener's laptop, when he was arrested for sexting the 15-year-old girl, they raided his house, they took all of his computers, including his laptop, okay? They found a bunch of emails on there. Most likely they found the missing, deleted 300,000 Hillary emails, most likely are on there. But it's even more dank than that, dear listener. They found proof of massive criminality by Hillary, by the Clinton Foundation, by Bill himself, by Huma Abedin, by Cheryl Mills, by Debbie Wasserman Schultz, all of them. Major crimes, dear listener. And we're not talking about just your ordinary kind of fraud. Nuh-uh. We're talking about things like destroying Haiti when they were acting like they were rebuilding it right there in print. We're talking about election fraud. We're talking about spying on Trump, human trafficking, child abuse, pedophilia. These are the types of things that were in that laptop, right? Now, so what we find out is that when the NYPD scooped up that laptop, okay, rather than me detail it, dear listener, I've actually got Eric Prince's audio here from that interview. He actually does a better job of explaining it, and he has the drop on it better than I do. Let me just play some of that audio. I'm going to take it from about 53 seconds into this interview.
Because of Wienergate and the sexting scandal, the NYPD started investigating it through a subpoena, through a warrant. They searched his laptop and sure enough found those 650,000 emails. They found way more stuff than just more information pertaining to the inappropriate sexting the guy was doing. They found State Department emails. They found a lot of other really damning criminal information, including money laundering, including the fact that Hillary went to this sex island with convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Bill Clinton went there more than 20 times. Hillary Clinton went there at least 6 times. The amount of garbage that they found in these emails of criminal activity by Hillary, by her immediate circle, and even by other Democratic members of Congress was so disgusting. They gave it to the FBI, and they said, we're going to go public with this if you don't reopen the investigation, if you don't do the right thing with timely indictments. I believe, I know, and this is from a very well-placed source of mine at 1PP, One Police Plaza in New York. The NYPD wanted to do a press conference announcing the warrants and the additional arrests they were making in this investigation, and they've gotten huge pushback to the point of coercion from the Justice Department, with the Justice Department threatening to charge someone that had been unrelated in the accidental heart attack death of Eric Garner, the guy almost 2 years ago.
Let that sink in, dear listener. We've already played it here before, and I'm sorry for the length of that clip, but that is very important, okay? Now, why does this matter? Why is this relevant? Because what we just found out is that while this was going on, when the NYPD handed that laptop over to the FBI because they were like, yo, you got to drop some indictments right now, right? You investigate this. Well, they tried to bury it, right? Andy McCabe, James Comey, they had already decided they were not going to prosecute Hillary for the email scandal, right? We find now that her lawyer was in touch with James Baker trying to cover up the investigation into this laptop. Ooh, dear listener. And all of this going on while the FBI and the DOJ was spying on Donald Trump. Ooh. This is pure evil, dear listener. This is not political gamesmanship. This is evil.
I'm sorry,
and
maybe I missed this.
Man,
where did all this information come from? Not the Wiener laptop, but like, what was the development this week that brought all this to the surface?
What we found out this week, because Judicial Watch dropped, thank you, Judicial Watch, for doing work. I mean, you're doing really what the Office of the Investigator General at the DOJ should be doing. You're doing what Huber should be doing. Judicial Watch is doing the heavy lifting of finding out the truth. What they did is they sued the DOJ in a FOIA suit, and they received a document that was actually a letter from Hillary's attorney written to James Baker, the chief counsel of the DOJ, trying to cover up the investigation into that laptop, trying to make it disappear, trying to make that laptop just completely fade away, right? It is proof that Hillary was colluding directly with the DOJ to save her own ass. And it's proof. And so when you've got a cover up like this, Luke, what it means is that, man, that means that Hillary was guilty of all that stuff that Eric Prince just detailed. She truly was. And they were trying to avoid prosecution by manipulating the strings of the higher workings of the DOJ through James Baker, their chief attorney. Make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. But is anybody other than Judicial Watch talking about this? Because I haven't seen it anywhere.
Sir. Yeah. No, sir. Conservative Treehouse dropped it. This is being scrubbed by the mainstream media. They don't want to talk about this. They want to run cover for the Democrats and for Hillary.
Yep.
Nobody wants to talk about this. I saw a little bit of mention on Fox News about it. I think Tucker talked about it a little bit. I saw some Daily Caller pieces about it, and I saw some Breitbart pieces about it. But like, nobody in the leftist mainstream media is touching this with a 10-foot pole.
Oh,
man.
Of course
There's
not.
Just a little bit too much truth.
Yeah, but I mean, you'd think this would be all over Twitter. You'd think this would be everywhere.
Right. You sure would, wouldn't you?
Right.
I mean, people are probably getting banned off of Twitter for posting this article.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean?
People are getting banned off of Twitter for posting meme videos.
Mm-hmm. They sure are, man. Did we want to talk about that in bots, or do you want to hit that real quick?
Yeah, we'll hit it at the end of bots
later. Okay, all right, that's cool. That's perfect. All right. So anyways, dear listener, let all this sink in about Hillary. This is major. And this is far from over, and HSP boys are going to stay on it. We're going to cover it. That really could have been a main topic, but we're going to let it develop a little bit more. All right. Now, next thing I have is that people are kind of priming the pump of the mainstream. You know, the mainstream media is kind of priming the audience to get ready for the fact that the Mueller report is probably going to be a pretty much nothing burger. It is going to show that there is no proof of collusion with Donald Trump and Putin in order to win the 2016 election. Now, why is this not surprising? Because there was no collusion, dear listener, but it seems like Mueller really is wrapping up things, and it seems that his report is going to drop and sort of exonerate the president. It will most assuredly do some political damage to the president. It's going to be written in a way, like what Luke and I have suggested previously, we were so close, but all these people in Trump's orbit just lied to us and we could never get the truth. Like they're going to try to impugn the president through Manafort and everybody else.
Yeah,
Roger Stone.
They'll say that all of the signs were there. Everything pointed to collusion. We just couldn't make that last step. That will be the report.
That's exactly it. Yes. But what that will mean, dear listener, and they're already kind of trying to get everybody in the world ready for it in terms of, it's probably going to be nothing. That will mean that there is no evidence of collusion because collusion didn't happen. Mueller investigated Trump 7 ways to Sunday, got into his finances, got into his campaign staff, used the DOJ to spy on him, And don't forget that was a secondary objective of Mueller, dear listener, was not just to go after the president. It was to cover up the DOJ's malfeasance in spying on the Trump campaign, okay? And, covering up sex crimes and such of, the Clintons and all this other kind of business, right? So it was to cover up the DOJ just as much as it was to go after Trump, right? So, there are a couple of things I want to call to your attention about this, dear listener, that I think is really interesting, right? I saw a piece, it was on Zero Hedge. It was Hallie Jackson on MSNBC earlier this week, and she was just incredulous. She was just like shocked. She was almost sad. She was interviewing a guy who was in D.C., a field reporter, I can't remember his name, about who was basically reporting to her that, yeah, it's looking like the Mueller report is going to be nothing. And so, poor Hallie Jackson, so sad. She seems to be like, okay, so now when the president says that there was no Russia collusion, this means that he is correct. This means that he's telling the truth. Okay, notice the tone there, dear listener. They're sad about no Russia collusion happening. Why? Because they just want to get the president. They don't care. They want this Russia collusion to be true.
Yeah.
They should be happy that Trump did not collude with Putin in order to win the 2016 election.
Yeah.
They should be happy about that.
This is, you can always judge someone's intent and how honest they are by asking these kinds of questions. This can apply to just about anything. You can say this about global warming, climate change. If you went to Ocasio-Cortez, and you asked her, would you be happy to learn that climate change, human-caused climate change, is a myth and that you are wrong? Would that make you happy?
Right.
She would. There's no way she would say yes. She'd just go, but I'm not wrong. She wouldn't be able to answer that question, and that's because she's dishonest. So this applies to way more than just this collusion thing. If because they should want there to be no collusion,
right? Right.
So if you said, would you be glad that there's no collusion? They would just be like, well, but I think there was. That would be, they wouldn't be able to honestly respond to that question because they can't honestly think about the topic.
Right. That's right. Absolutely correct. Well said, man. Well said, well illustrated. So it's just ridiculous, dear listener. Prepare yourself for the leftist shrieking when the report comes out. It's going to be glorious to behold. But another thing I find interesting about this, dear listener, is that, CNN, MSNBC, all of these leftist networks are trying to act like now that they have not been pushing this Russia collusion hoax, Russia for 2 years. They're trying to act like, oh yeah, we didn't push this hoax. The media were compliant with this hoax, with the Mueller probe, right? They were instrumental in, terms of the Mueller team leaking to them and then reporting all of these leaks, just trying to keep Russia hung around the neck of the president, right? And, but now they're kind of trying to distance themselves from it, that there are rumors coming around that it's a nothing burger about oh, no, we didn't say that. Seriously, watch the tone of the mainstream media as you watch them, dear listener. I mean, we've heard about nothing but this for 2 straight years. And now they're literally trying to tell us, oh, yeah, we weren't really talking about that. We didn't say that. We didn't say anything.
Yeah, this is just par for the course. Yeah. I mean, when it turns out to be a nothing burger, they'll just say, oh, well, they'll just already be moving on. They're already shifting gears. The left is already talking about gearing up their own investigation and all this sort of stuff. So, I mean, this was always going to be the way it was going to be.
Yes, sir.
What else you got?
Crazy. False flag mega. At Trump's rally in El Paso, somebody was wearing a Trump hat that still had the tag on it, dear listener. This person had just purchased it. He went to the media platform in the back and started yelling F the media and attacked some of the media people there, pushing their cameras over and all this kind of stuff, going F the media, F the media. Dear listener, this is a false flag. Okay, look at this pattern that we're starting to see here. Okay, Antifa infiltrating the Yellow Vest movement. Okay, Jussie Smollett orchestrating this hoax. This guy really certainly not a Trump supporter, because Trump supporters don't behave like that, kind of false flagging into the event and trying to make it look like, these Trump supporters are just so violent, they're going to attack the media, giving the leftists a talking point, the leftist media talking a point about, oh, we fear for our safety at these Trump rallies. These people are just crazy. Oh my gosh, we're so concerned about going to these rallies. We're probably going to have to stop covering them because we just fear for our lives. You know what I mean? Thanks, bro. And dear listener, I guarantee you it was a false flag. I guarantee you. Let's see what goes on with this when the facts come out. He was arrested. Or no, he wasn't arrested. I take that back. He was forced to leave, but he was not arrested after assaulting journalists. This is another one of those things, dear listener. It's just kind of strange, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah. You just knocked down all these cameras. You punched all these people. You knocked them down, and you're asked to leave the rally. That's it? Like you don't go downtown for that?
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense, you know? So, got another little piece here about vote rigging going on in Maine, dear listener. And I'm not going to read the piece, but here's basically what's going on. There is a bill in Maine where what they are wanting to do, and they want to codify it into law, that they will cast all of Maine's electoral votes in the next election for whoever wins the popular vote, thereby trying to nullify the Electoral College outright. There are numerous other states that already have a law to this effect in place: California, Connecticut, D.C., Hawaii, Illinois, Massachusetts, Maryland, New Jersey, New York, Rhode Island, Vermont, and Washington. I had no idea this was going on until I heard about the story going on in Maine, dear listener. But all of these states are trying to make it in the future so that, you know, their talking point about, well, she won the popular vote is no longer a talking point, because it is going to be codified into law that their electoral votes go to whomever won the popular vote. Now, a lot of people are saying this isn't really a big deal. I mean, that's kind of the way the Electoral College works anyway. No, this is a very big deal, because a lot of states divide their votes electorally based on the proportion of the population vote, right? And so what these states are trying to do is nullify smaller states like Wyoming, South Dakota, North Dakota, right? The Electoral College was put into place to protect states like that are not so populous as California and New York, dear listeners, so that their vote matters. They don't get drowned out by large population centers. Now Maine and all of these states that I just named are trying to nullify that check and balance. And it's scary stuff. We're going to stay on that one too, dear listener. Last bot, dear listener, Covington kids vindicated fully, found innocent. I'm reading from a piece at the New American. Yesterday, the Catholic Diocese of Covington released the report from its investigation by private detectives. They found no wrongdoing by the boys. Verdict: the boys are innocent. The report from Greater Cincinnati Investigations shows that little, if any, of what the media or left-wing celebrities and politicians said about the boys was true. They did not shout racial epithets. They did not shout "build the wall," and they did not shout their approval of rape. Noting that statements from the students and their chaperones are noting that the statements from the students and their chaperones are remarkably consistent. The detectives found that the Black Hebrew Israelites, quote, clearly addressed offensive statements at the students. We see no evidence that the students responded with any offensive or racist statements of their own. Told you, dear listener. Yep, there you go. Way to go, leftists. Wonder if we're going to get an apology on this one as well, Luke. Ain't going to hold my breath.
No,
on that.
definitely not.
And yeah. And so that's all I got on bots, but you have the most white pilling bot of all, man. You want to drop it?
Oh, yeah. This happened like literally earlier today, or it was earlier today. So some guy on Twitter, on YouTube, really, let me see if I can click into, I should have loaded up his profile before I started talking about him, but his username is @Carpe Donktum, @Carpe. And let me read you his user description. Eternally sarcastic meme smith, specializing in the creation of images and videos. I tweet and meme in support of Donald Trump. Posted content is 100% original. So he created this video and posted it on YouTube called "The State of the Democratic Party Hurting." And it was sort of a compilation. It opens with the guy announcing Madam, the President of the United States, and then Trump walking in. And then he starts to play the REM song, "Everybody Hurts." And as that song's playing, it kind of pans to, he clips in like a very sad Kamala Harris and a very sad Stands with a Beer and a very angry Ocasio-Cortez and this and that. And then it just goes on like that. Well, so it's a really funny
Cuck
video.
Romney as well. Cuck Romney made an got a close up in there as well. Yeah, Cuck Romney. That was great.
Yeah, he made an appearance. Well, Trump tweeted it out.
Yesterday. He tweeted this yesterday, dear listener, on Friday.
He tweeted that out, and then Twitter actually took the video down. They took that they took that tweet down. Well, so anyways, right before we get on the show, I'm telling Russ about this. And then what do I see? Trump tweeted it out again after Twitter took it down. Now, Russ, what you don't know, and I haven't told you this, is that Trump has actually now pinned it to his profile. So that video.
Oh, way to go, Mr. President.
That video is now pinned to his
chief.
profile. So, dear listener, if you go to @RealDonaldTrump in his profile, it's the pinned tweet at the top. You know, it's not like his actual State of the Union address. No. It's a memed version of his own State of the Union address.
Oh, I love it. Way to go, Mr. President. Way to go. That's how it's done right there, dear listener.
Yeah, it's just so funny, man. I mean, if it were any other circumstance, like if we had honest politicians, then I would be like, really? But it's like, I can't even take the left seriously at this point, so I don't even care. I just think it's funny. There's nothing to take seriously here. It's all a charade, you know? So let's have some fun. That's what memes are about.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, let's jump in. Let's jump into segment 1. I think we're already running a little long, so we need to probably try and huff it through here.
Lots of bots. Yeah, lots of bots, dear listener. So yeah. And you know, right before we jump on, one thing I will say, dear listener, and I've had interaction with our dearest listener, as a matter of fact, about what we like about doing bots up front like this. There is an old adage, for public speaking and debate and all this kind of stuff that, when I used to do debate and extemporaneous speaking, that goes like this. Okay. Tell them what you're going to tell them. Tell them. Then tell them what you just told them. Okay. Now, yes, the formula works, but it's tried and true, but it's also a little bit passé. So Luke and I are doing this with bots by telling you what we're not going to tell you.
Yeah, exactly.
And then telling you what we're going to tell you to shape it kind of in a reverse way.
Yeah.
Right. And I think it's working for us.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I like to get all of that stuff out of the way at the beginning because it's, your brain needs to be activated. Your almonds need to be activated to process all that information so rapidly. And at the end,
right?
It's difficult to process all that. So actually, and something I've been wanting to do on the show is actually cover the stuff we're going to talk about. So this is what we have on the show. We got, as per the usual, we have 3 segments. Segment 1 will be the border bill, followed by the no collusion, which we touched on a little bit in bots. I'll get started on the border bill. Russ will hit the no collusion. We'll take a quick break. We've got Cruz's intro speech for Trump's speech at the El Paso rally, and it's about 7 minutes and 40 seconds. So I would recommend you listen to it, but if you don't want to, just skip ahead 5 to 7 minutes and we'll be right back with you. But, hopefully, basically the purpose of this is we're going to just try and find the juiciest couple of sound bites. So that way you listen to us, but you still get it straight from the horse's mouth as well.
Yes, sir.
After we come back from segment 2, we will hit updates and corrections. We got some things on the Green New Death we'd like to talk about quickly. Amy Klobuchar. Is it Klobuchar or Klobuchar?
I've always heard Klobuchar.
That's what I thought too. Yeah, that's what I thought too. So Amy Klobuchar announced, she's a senator from Minnesota. She announced her presidential candidacy for 2020. So we've got a new horse in the race for the Dems. And I'll kind of walk us through that and kind of what her stances are, and we'll end that topic, but with a rundown of who all's in the race now. Which actually I noticed something very sexist on Wikipedia, Russ. I went to the Democratic. I was doing show prep earlier, and I went to the Democratic candidate 2020 Wikipedia. All of the men are listed first, and all of the women listed second.
Ooh.
I tweeted it out, and I was like, how sexist.
Yeah. Good. Well said, man.
We have regressive left over here. Jesus.
Yeah, exactly, man. For real. I mean, at least do alphabetical order. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Or order in order of announcement. You know what I mean? That's another great way to who announced first, second, third, fourth, fifth. But no, man. Put the men at the top. Oh, shame, Democrats or Wikipedia for shame.
Yeah, indeed. So then we've got Trump parade figure in Italy. We'll hit that very quickly. There's not a lot to talk about, but it's so funny. Then we'll take a quick break. We'll play some of Trump's presser, the intro, where he's kind of going over all of the sort of white pilling things about what's going on in the country right now. And when we come back, we will hit some, oh God, I can't wait for feedback, Russ. I did some show prep for the feedback. It's going to be good. I'm very, very excited about it.
I've gotten some great feedback. Yeah, I've gotten some great feedback as well this week too. So yeah I'm excited. Yeah.
And then we've got a super, super juicy grab bag special. Not quite as juicy as the state-run hamburger juicy, but close. The state-run soy burgers are pretty juicy, so I don't know if it's state-run soy burger juicy, but
yes,
it's close. So Dennis Prager and Michael Medved did I guess like just a radio conversation. I don't know. We found it last night. It's on Friday Night Comfy Post, which we posted today. If you want to take a listen, so if you want to listen to how we came upon this, so. All right, Russ, let's hit the border bill, dude. Let's get into it. So
yeah, there's a lot to say about this for show.
Yeah, did you want me to start or did you want to start?
Yeah, go ahead, bring it, man.
Yeah, so I'm sure this has been the prevailing topic on the media this week. You've got your hole in the sand. Actually, no, you don't. You're listening to HSP. That's why you didn't hear about it. So, basically, what happened, what we've been waiting on for the last couple of weeks is there's been a committee of Republicans and Democrats who have been supposedly negotiating on what. So, okay, let me go back. Before 3 weeks ago, the government was shut down because Trump wanted wall money. So in an effort to get the government running again, to get people paid while also continuing negotiations, a committee was formed. And what that committee was tasked with doing was figuring out what this negotiation was going to be. So they came back and they presented a bill that Trump had to accept. And it's not good, in my opinion.
To say the least.
The bill is not.
To say the least. Yeah.
Russ, did you want to cover what's in the bill?
Yeah, I can do that. And, it's also important to note, dear listener, that at the same time he declared a state of national emergency on the border, right, and found about $8 billion, including that 1.375 that was funded in this, Cromnibus 2.0 spending bill. And so it's important to note that, yes, we are under a state of emergency at the border and that the wall will be built. But, man, dear listener, there's a lot of nonsense in this bill, okay? Some of the things that the bill provides, all right, like I already said, $1.375 billion, $4.325 billion less than the $5.7 billion the House originally passed at the end of their term before the holidays, before they broke for holiday. So it's going to fund 55 miles of quote-unquote physical barrier along the southern border. There is no language allowing only fencing designs in use, or rather, it does have language in place only allowing fencing designs that were in use as of 2017. So kind of this crappy wall like you see down in Tijuana, dear listener, that's what it's going to be, or like, barbed wire fencing, whatever it is. Those wall prototypes that Trump had built, those 7 different wall prototypes, no, can't use it. That language is specifically in the bill.
What about those like 30 or 40 foot tall fences that went like 20 feet into the ground or something like that?
Yeah, no, can't use it.
That were like see-through, those aren't included?
No, can't use it. It specifically forbids use of those. Yeah. And Trump signed
So it's basically like, yes, okay, $1.3 billion to build a fence, but the fence must suck. It can't be too effective.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah. Yep. Now, one of the things that we don't really know, dear listener, I've got a lot of articles in my stack about this to this effect. The fact that there is a state of emergency declared along the border might kind of shore up and nullify some of this language that is in this piece of legislation. Remember Trump said that before he signed it, he wanted to go through and make sure that there were no landmines, as he used the term. Dear listener, the whole thing is a landmine. This whole bill is nothing but one gigantic landmine. Now, does the state of emergency nullify some of the planks of this law? We don't know. We're not attorneys. So, dear listener, if there's an attorney in the House, you could set us straight on this. We don't really know. I did read an article by an attorney to the effect, and I might quote from it here. It's kind of down toward the end of the stack that I have here, that said that there are some things in the bill that might even nullify the state of emergency on the border, right? The president's executive power that he gains by declaring a state of emergency. And if we have time, we'll get to it. Some other things that are in this bill. It's not called a wall. It's called pedestrian fencing, right? No concrete wall, none of the prototypes. It's the same walls that Bush and Obama built on the border, dear listener. Maybe a little bit taller. Some other highlights in the bill: $415 million for humanitarian aid, $77 million for opioid equipment at checkpoints, 1,200 new Customs and Border Patrol agents. That means that, Trump wanted more Customs and Border Patrol agents. No, what we get is about 1,200 every year because people retire, people quit, people move on, right? So they put into the bill that Trump could not get more than 1,200 Customs and Border Patrol agents, which are basically about replacement rate for people who leave the Border Patrol. Despicable. The bill expands catch and release by reducing the number of border beds from 49,060 to 40,520, right? So that means the detention facilities, they took away 9,000 beds that we would use to house illegals in so that we can't house them. So basically what we're going to have to do is turn them into the country, like the 2,000 that were let go in El Paso during the holidays that we covered. Absolutely against our agenda, against the president's agenda. No additional funding for additional enforcement and no funding for additional enforcement and removal of field personnel. That means no more ICE agents to deport people already in the country. Expands the alternatives to detention program from 82,000 to 100,000. So instead of housing family units at the border, they get moved into the interior where they almost always stay in the country forever and then skip their amnesty hearing or their citizenship hearing. They just skip it and they just sit here and consume resources and jobs. This is the way it always goes. Provides $40 million for additional ICE staffing dedicated to overall alternatives to detention. The bill gives $1 billion to the Smithsonian, dear listener. Okay, now I love the Smithsonian. Sure, it needs funding, but you're going to give as much to the Smithsonian as to the wall? Come on, man.
Yeah.
$3.4 billion in refugee assistance, $74 million more than last year. $4.4 billion in international disaster assistance. All right, so we're going to quadruple the amount of aid that we give in foreign disaster aid than we're going to spend on our own disaster at our border. We're going to quadruple that disaster aid. I've also heard that there is $340 billion in foreign aid in this bill. I don't have a citation for that, though, but I have heard it mentioned. I think I can't remember who said it, so I don't want to quote. Israel, Ukraine, and Jordan received $5.3 billion for their own border walls. I mean,
yeah,
God, it's just crazy. And you get the point, dear listener. It was a sabotage job. Okay. Now, I want to point out that this committee did have Republicans on it, okay? And these Republicans agreed to these concessions that went to Donald Trump. And there is a point that I'm going to make, kind of later on in this little segment, dear listener. And, well, I'll just go ahead and make it now. It goes to this, all right? Remember, Republicans were saying, okay, weeks and weeks and weeks went by. Democrats in this committee, where they're trying to negotiate this budget bill, are not negotiating. They're not showing up for meetings. There are no negotiations happening. The government is closing in 1 week. Democrats are not even showing up for these meetings. There are no negotiations going on. So right at the 11th hour, what do the Democrats do? Well, they show up and they cram all of this pork into this bill, hamstring the president on how he can enforce our borders every which way. He has no enforcement whatsoever, and then puts the president in a checkmate position where he has no choice but to pass the bill because there's no time before the government shuts down. He has to pass it. Check and mate. And
well,
Mr. President,
I mean, he did have options, but yeah, I mean, in their mind, yes, you're right.
Yeah.
In a vacuum.
Yeah, right. And, the president is really mad about it, dear listener. There was no, how the president always has cameras in the Oval Office when he signs bills into legislation. Not this time. He ghost passed this legislation. Ghost signed it because he is really angry about it. And we feel you, Mr. President, and the HSP boys are angry too. I personally am not angry at you this time, Mr. President, but man, you got to stop falling for this tactic that the left and the right are deploying against you by delay until you get forced into a corner and have to sign a cromnibus funding bill. This is the third time you've fallen for this trick, Mr. President. You got to get some 4D chess going on here. You know now exactly what they're going to do. I think declaring the state of emergency at the border was a good counter, but Mr. President, you're going to have to get out in front of this next spending bill that is going to be coming up for a vote in October. My recommendation to you right now, Mr. President, is to begin applying pressure to Congress to start drafting this next spending bill right now, right? Don't spend all this time on investigate. Let's start working on the spending bill for October now, right? That's just my recommendation. So, Luke, what you got on it, man? I've got quite a few other things about it.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. I mean, this is pretty much it for me on Trump. I at this point don't have any reason to believe much of anything he says. Just weeks ago, we were hearing about how he was going to keep the government shut down for years if necessary. Well, that didn't last for 2 months.
Right.
And here he is signing this. This bill is actually insulting. It's a slap in the face. They don't give him the wall. They lowball him on ICE. And then literally everything else is, Trump requested $500 million for this. We're going to give it $800 million. Like the Department of Justice.
Yeah.
For example. The audacity that the left has in doing this. They're just doing this totally out in the open. It's as if they don't even care. It's as if they just know. Right. Of course he's going to sign it. He's going to, if I were Trump, this is what I would do. I would say, I am going to shut the government down because I don't want to have to declare a national emergency. I'm not going to allow you to force me to declare a national emergency. Or I would have shut the government. No, you know what? This is what I would have done, Russ. I would have shut the government down and declared a national emergency.
That's exactly what I would have done. Yes.
And what I would have done is I would have waited the 30 days after it shut down. And during that 30 days, I would be making arrangements to privatize everything and shrink the government. I would sell the airports, privatize them, privatize TSA. I would sell as much government land as I possibly could, privatize it, sell it to businesses, companies, individuals, whoever wants to buy it. I would sell all of that off. I would lay off everybody at the EPA and dissolve the EPA entirely. And I would begin doing this on day one of the 30 days that is required for you to be able to do this.
Yep.
And I wouldn't do it as a threat either. I wouldn't do it as a threat. I would do it because I'm principled and that's what I would do and that's what needs to be done. But unfortunately, Trump is, like we talked about on the Christmas episode, Nate made the, astute observation that Trump's always been a big spender. So in principle, he doesn't really disagree with any of this stuff, So I look at this and saying shutting the government down, I only have to gain from that. Right. So you need to give me a reason to not shut the government down. Your job, this is what I would have said to the left. I would have said, your job in this negotiation is to give me a reason as to why I shouldn't shut the government down. Yep. Because that's what I want to do. That's what I want to do so I can start dissolving this bloat and trimming the fat off.
Yep. Convince me. I agree.
Yeah. Convince me to not shut the government down because that's what I want to do. But of course, we wouldn't be here in the first place because we would have already been doing it at the first shutdown. So this is a complete fail on Trump. I cannot continue to expect him to be able to confidently negotiate with the left after this. This is a complete fail. There's no way you can spin this into 4D chess. There's no way you can rationalize this into anything other than a complete fail. He got totally played. They didn't give him what he wanted, and now he's stuck scrambling. And they're going to come after him. This is what he needs to learn, is they're going to come after him no matter what he does. Okay, so, I signed your bill. I gave you what you wanted. Now I'm going to go do a national emergency, which we'll get to this in a second. Literally, every president since Carter has declared national emergencies. Actually, no, I take that back. Well, they might have, but we have 31 ongoing. We'll get to that in a second. National emergencies. But of course, they're going to come after him. They're going to try and stop that. So he needs to understand that this is a principled issue. It doesn't matter if it happens over a government shutdown. It doesn't matter if it happens in a national emergency. It doesn't matter how it gets done. They don't want it. And Trump needs to understand that they don't want it in principle. He wants it in principle. And therefore, he should be willing to stand for that. He's not willing to stand for that, and he's squirming his way into it, and he doesn't understand that to them, it makes no difference how he's trying to get it done. They're going to try to stop him.
Mm-hmm.
So just at the first step, shut it down. So I don't think that he is capable of dealing with the left at this point, and I think that he's going to have a really hard time in 2020 because he's had 2 years. Yeah, the right's been sabotaging him. Yeah, I get it, but I mean, enough is enough, you know. And this proposal is actually insulting. They say, no, we're not going to give you this. And not only are we not going to give you this, but we are actually going to give ourselves something everywhere else around it.
Yeah.
You know, so it's just, this is a total slap in the face, and Trump just totally caved. It's honestly, I'm sorry, man. I just have, it's pathetic. I don't know how else to say it. I'm totally disappointed. And I can't, it's not that I don't support the president. It's not that I don't support him, but I don't believe that at this point he has what it takes to deal with the left. I have no reason to believe that anymore.
Well, you make some great arguments there, man, and you've kind of convinced me. I'm a lot hotter about it than I was at the beginning of your bit there. I mean, you know, dear listener, as Luke was talking, you know, consider this, right? Here's some other provisions of the bill. Local municipalities, right, along the Texas border, right? Local cities, counties, which are all liberal. They're all liberal. They can veto the wall if they want to, right? They were given veto power over the president in this legislation about if they don't want the wall there. For real. This is serious. Yeah. They're building welcome centers, dear listener. They're spending like tens of billions of dollars building welcome centers, or tens of millions of dollars, rather, building welcome centers for illegals, right? Like, rest areas that have been mostly privatized in Arizona, Texas, New Mexico, rest areas like that are like actually nice and have maps and nice bathrooms and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, that's what they're building for illegals at the border. I swear to God. And like, it really is insulting. It really is crazy. What I do want to say about it, and Luke kind of hit on it a little bit, Trump is truly being sabotaged by his own party right now. I mean, that bill, that crazy bill, after it was drafted, passed the Senate 83-16. All right, dear listener, that is veto proof, right? Now, you got to keep in mind Cocaine Mitch, the turtle, Mitch McConnell. All right, what he was doing is, I just talked to the president, and the president has informed me that he is willing to sign the bill. Once we pass it, it passes 83-16. All right, I'll tell you what, the New York Times covered it this week. I'm not going to read their garbage rag. Washington Post covered it this week. They talked about tension, in the air, and everything was going so well. And, Mitch McConnell and the president were in constant contact and trying to get the legislation passed. Nuh-uh. This is what happened, dear listener. Mitch McConnell went to the president and said, I've got 83 votes. We're going to go over your veto. So you sign this bill. Mitch McConnell just owned the president, dear listener. 83-16. What in the hell do we have a Republican Party for if they're going to just sign up with the left? So, Luke, in a lot of ways, I hear your fire and fury at the president. In a lot of ways, I really just don't think it's his fault. All right. I mean, but he could have not signed it. He could have not signed it, and I agree. I mean, he could have not signed it. He just could. It's true. I mean, unless there's something going on that we don't know about, which let's be honest, that's entirely possible. There could be some reason that we don't know about that he signed it, but It's not 4D chess, though. Yeah. That certainly is not the reason. Yeah. To that end, Luke, I'm reading from a Breitbart piece right now. I'm going to take it from the top. It goes thus. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell reportedly gave President Donald Trump false information about legislation to prevent a second partial government shutdown, claiming the bill possesses, quote, no hidden provisions or, quote, landmines. The Kentucky Republican is said to have told the president that signing the bill into law would be a win over Nancy Pelosi because they won the funding negotiation, is what that means, dear listener, who has long opposed any funding for a U.S.-Mexico border wall, having called the proposal immoral. So that may be the reason right there, Luke, that Mitch McConnell lied to the president and set him up. This is a neocon son of a bitch. Do not ever trust this son of a bitch ever again, dear listener. This guy's got to go. Yeah, but here's the thing, though, is that, I mean, if Trump didn't ask how much money was allocated to the border wall,
then that's his fault. It's
Yeah,
literally
I
one
couldn't
number.
agree more. Yeah.
It's literally one number. It's one number.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
All he has to say is, how much
more.
is it? And then Mitch McConnell says, 1.3. And then Trump goes, well, how much were they offering Russ like a year or two ago?
It went from $25 billion, literally being negotiated before Paul Ryan tabled it. Then it went down to $5.7 billion, which was passed into legislation over Christmas in that government spending bill to try to stop the government from shutting down. 5.7. Now here we are at 1.375.
Yeah,
that's the basic installment of it.
So
right there.
like,
yeah.
I mean, Trump could have just looked at that and said, how is this a win? I mean, again, dude, like, say what you will about Mitch McConnell, get mad at him or whatever, but at some point, the buck has to stop somewhere. Trump's the one in charge.
Stop with the president.
All he had to do is say, how much is it? 1.3? No, shut the government down. That's it. That's all he had to say.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, again, you can't spin this any other way than to just say fail on Trump's part.
Yeah,
because even if he didn't ask how much if he didn't ask, even if Mitch McConnell said, oh, we have it funded, it's good to go. If Trump just assumed that meant that it's $5 billion, then I'm sorry, but he's incompetent. Why didn't you need to ask? You need to look at these things. You need to read them. He didn't sign it for hours. It was on his desk for hours, apparently.
Yeah,
so Trump knowingly agreed at least to the most important thing, the most essential part of this bill, the very reason why he shut the border down or the government down in the first place. He knew that number and he agreed to it. So you cannot put the blame on anybody other than Trump in this situation.
Oh, now on that, you had me right there until that last sentence. I think that there is plenty of blame to go around everywhere. It does not exist only with the president. I agree with that.
But chiefly, again, the buck stops with him.
The buck stops there.
It was him. Mm-hmm. It was his stroke of the pen that did it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
At the end of the day. Yes. Yeah. The right, they're all cucks. We can't depend on them. Mm-hmm. We know that. This is why people put Trump into office. This is why people voted for Trump. We knew this all along about the right. This is nothing new, but then here Trump is doing the same thing.
Yeah.
That is my point of contention in all of this.
Yeah. We're going to talk a lot more about Cocaine Mitch here going forward, dear listener. We've got a lot of stuff in segment 2 to say about him, but like this is an absolutely destroyed political party, dear listener. This is the blob in action right here. That's what it is. Now, Luke makes a great point. Yeah, this does fall at the president. It really does. And I think what was going on here, I don't want to make excuses for the president, but I think he got backed into a corner. I think he got checkmated at 3D chess, 4D chess. He completely lost the chess match. And he was put into a position where he was really terrified of the optics of shutting down the government, didn't think that his popularity could sustain it, but was afraid of the attacks that came at him the last time he shut down the government, right? He, and his popularity did kind of take a bit of a dip, but it wasn't too bad, dear listener. He's at 52%. Well, before this bill, he was at 52% after the State of the Union address. That's remarkable, dear listener. So he seems to be worried more about the 2020 election right now than the country. That is where I would fault the president. He's worried about his popularity,
Agreed.
His polling,
Agreed
his numbers.
Entirely.
Yeah, and that is a little bit concerning, dear listener, because this is his issue. It is entirely his issue. This is how he won that election, and he kind of blew it. No, he totally
blew it.
Yeah. I'm not as mad at the president as Luke is, but Luke makes refer to Luke's argument about this, dear listener. Okay, yes, he's worried about his polling numbers. He's worried about the heat the administration would take if there was another government shutdown, right? But, refer to Luke's argument. Okay, yeah, he's worried about it. They're going to make all this hay. They always do this. They're going to anyway. I mean, if it's not this, they're going to find something else to bring on the president, like in terms of investigating his finances in the House committees, in the House Judiciary Committee. Investigate. They're going to go after him no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. May as well stand.
Failed,
Yeah, and may as well stand.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, I'm not mad at Trump. I don't really get mad about these things. I guess for a moment I do, but I get over it. When I was younger, I would get really mad, but not anymore. Because I guess there's a certain amount of expectation there, but also, I think as a human being, you need to at some point take your life into your own hands and expect that things are not always going to go the way you want, and you need to be prepared for that. And so what I'm more annoyed about and yeah, if you wanted to say mad about, is actually, it's like less about the wall funding, because like, yeah, you can do the national emergency, but just all this other bloat in it, you know?
Yeah, me too.
Like,
yeah,
I mean, I'm just looking at it here. It's like, nope, we can't give you, and again, like, you know, whatever, the wall, but it's like this insulting, we're not going to give you that, and we're going to give ourselves $272 million above the budget request of the president for animal and plant health inspection services. So no, we don't have enough money for the wall, Trump. We're not going to give you that. But, you know, we're going to give ourselves about, you know, close to $333 million in animal and plant health inspection services.
Oh, man, that is so triggering. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So triggering. Ugh.
Yeah, and this is just you look at every single thing, like the bill highlights, like natural resources, conservation services, increase of $150 million above the president's budget request for conservation operations. The let's see, what else do we have here? Rural broadband. They're funding rural broadband.
Right.
Rural housing loans and rental assistance. $1 billion for single family direct loan program. Yeah, it's just this thing is just littered. It's like it's just blah blah blah. This, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars above what the president requested. This $100 million, like I didn't have the time. What I wanted to do, Russ, actually was go through here, because I mean this thing is pages and pages and pages long.
I did too.
And I wanted
same here, and I didn't have the time either.
And I wanted to go through and add this up. I mean, this has to be billions and billions and billions of dollars
for sure. Tens, if not hundreds of billions.
Well, no, 10 like billions and billions of dollars in total above what Trump requested for those things.
Yes.
And then the wall,
yes,
they didn't give him barely 1/5 of what he requested. So it's just like NSF scientific infrastructure, $201 million above the president's budget request.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I get you, man. It would be tens of billions of dollars in overspend, in over-targeting of budgeting, and maybe even hundreds of billions of dollars in overspend. And yeah, it truly is a slap in the face, dear listener, not to mention this only gets us through to October. This funds the government until October. All of this money just keeps us open and in business until October in the context of $22 trillion in debt. It's absurd, man.
Yeah.
It's absurd.
Yeah. I mean, I guess my point is that like this is how bad of a negotiation this is. You know, let's say Trump asks for like let's take the wall out, everything except the wall. Trump asks for X billion dollars to fund a basket of services, government services. Okay, they take X and they multiply it like by 5, and then they say, oh, and here's 1/5 for the wall. I mean, that's not even, you can't even consider that to be in the realm of a negotiation.
That is not art of the deal right there, dear listener. That is art of the cave.
Yeah.
Art of the fold right there.
Art of the fail. Yeah, dude. It's just stunning. It's astonishing. How bad of a fail this was. So I'm in cruise control for the rest of this presidency. I don't know what's going to happen in 2020. I don't know what's going to happen over the next 2 years. The glimmering piece of hope we have in all of this is Trump's unpredictability. And so in a month from now, who knows what the hell we're going to be talking about. And
true.
I mean, his unpredictability is literally the only thing we have going for us at this point. So, and that's pretty black pilling to think about.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty black pilling. I'm much more white pilled than yourself about it. I'm not going to be, resigned and in cruise control for the rest of this administration. I'm going to be very activist. I was talking to my parents about it when, the bill was signed, or when it passed both chambers of Congress, and Trump was going to sign it the next day. Now keep in mind, my parents were not original OG Trump supporters. They were Cruz bots. They wanted Cruz to be the president. They've come to love Trump over time. And so I was black pilling the same way Luke was over dinner with them. And my dad said to me, you know what? Trump has always had a card in his back pocket when something like this happens. Let's just hang out and see what he does. This is to support arguments about Luke's argument about his unpredictability. And my dad tends to be right. He usually tends to have some type of masterstroke in his back pocket that he plays. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like I agree with that. And I agree with that entirely. And this is why I'm a little reticent. I'm not going to just come out of the gate and say, oh my God, we elected the wrong guy. Like, I'm not going to come out into the gate and say like, okay, we need to put up a different Republican candidate in 2020. That's not what I'm saying. Because there is something in the back of my mind which tells me like maybe he has a card in his back pocket, an ace up his sleeve, because he tends to always have something like that. But I've never seen a fail on his part of this proportion.
Oh, sure you have. The Cromnibus bill, the last budget spending bill, that was just as big of a fail as this. He's done it twice now. That's what makes it so egregious, you know? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, but yeah, I guess this is why this is why it's like 3 times a charm. Yeah. You know? Why would we expect anything to change now? I don't know.
Yeah, right. Well, you know, dear listener, I'm not going to be, you know, I'm not as black-pilled as Luke about things. You know, I see lots of blame going around. Luke did convince me about the buck stops with the president on this, and I think that's very fair to say. And Luke argued it well and won me over in that argument. But dear listener, I still ride or die with this president, and I will tell you why. Because look at how the Republican Party voted on this bill. 83-16 in the Senate, dear listener. There is no Republican Party. There is only the Blob Party. And, you know, outliers like, you know, Mark Meadows, Jim Jordan, Devin Nunes, Ted Cruz, Rand Paul, right? And other than like these shining lights in the Congress, dear listener, this president is all we have. We have nothing else. You know what I mean? And so we got to ride or die. Well, I'm not going to prevail upon you what you need to do, okay? Excuse me, dear listener. I'm getting choked up talking about this. Getting all choked up, man. I am going to ride or die with this president because I see it in terms of we have no choice. We have nothing left, you know, and we've always said that there were going to be bad days like these, dear listener, and this unequivocally yesterday was one of them. It was a bad day. It was a bad day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, other news to report, you know, Trump, you know, declared the state of emergency within minutes. AOC had drafted legislation in the House to put forward that will pass the House to block his emergency resolution and, you know, to block his due executive power. That Trump is allowed to declare a state of emergency about anything he wants, dear listener, right? The Congress has no right to overthrow that or to subvert that. And to that end, you know, the thing that I want to agree with Luke about all this overspending in the bill, but what really got me was, yes, the overspending and, you know, not overspending, but budget surplusing from, you know, budget above allocation from what the president asked for, budget way above that. The thing that really got me in the bill was the restriction of executive power. It's right there. Like local municipalities are allowed to veto the wall if they want to. He's not allowed to, you know, build the wall in all of these areas along the Rio Grande Valley, right? Like that butterfly forest in whatever national park where illegals are just flooding through there. Like Border Patrol won't even go into these areas alone because they get attacked. They get shot at by these illegals, right? These are no-go zones. Can't even build that paltry 55 miles of wall where he sees fit, right? Now, this may kind of affect his power in the declaration of emergency. He may be hamstrung about where he can build, you know, and that is just a massive breach it's a massive overstep of Congress into the branch of the executive, and I just find it despicable, man. So, but I mean, you know, dear listener, let's thank our lucky stars. We got through Friday without the Ninth Circuit Court enjoining the state of emergency. We made it one day. I mean, set your watch to it, dear listener. It will happen next week.
Yeah.
It will happen next week. Yeah. So, but we got through one day without the Ninth Circuit tying his hands. And Trump did a pretty good job at the press conference of detailing like, okay, you know, the left is going to do this. They're going to go to the ninth. We're going to lose in the ninth. We're going to appeal. We're going to lose. And he was very mocking in his tone when he said it. Then we're going to go to the Supreme Court. We're going to argue our case for the wall. And I think we'll do very well. He's right. That's exactly the way this is going to go.
Yeah.
It's going to take a long time, dear listener, before, the president can execute what is clearly outlined as his right to execute in the Constitution. Like the judiciary should not be able to overstep his executive power, but that's what's happening. You've got the Congress trying to take away his executive power. The judiciary is certainly going to try to take away his executive power. Set your mark to it, dear listener. It's coming. It is coming.
Yeah, the National Emergencies Act was actually, I think it was under Gerald Ford. It was in 1976.
Oh, I thought it was Carter.
No,
Okay.
no, Carter, the oldest still, I guess, the oldest national emergency that still exists, it's still going on because they have to be renewed each year, is under Carter. But it was originally Gerald Ford.
Yes. Okay. All right.
So yeah, I mean, this is a very, very new thing. This isn't something written into the Constitution. So it is malleable. The Congress could very well do this. So I'm not saying they should or they shouldn't, or that's right or wrong. I'm just saying that they can and will try. We know that much. But for everybody,
Yes,
I've seen a lot of people on Twitter and a lot of other people going on about like how the national emergency declaration is, oh my God, Trump can't be doing this. Are you kidding me? I've even seen Dave Rubin and a few other people going on Twitter going like, people more on the right side of things, counter signaling Trump, going, but do you want to set that kind of a precedent? Not precedent. Do you want to set this kind of precedent? Do you honestly think the left isn't going to do the same thing with climate change once their person's in office? Okay. Let me explain something about the national emergencies, because this is not like difficult. Just like some cursory research will unveil some information on this. So there are 31 ongoing quote unquote national emergencies which are renewed each year. Like I mentioned just a moment ago with Russ, dating back to Carter. Now, Russ, I actually did some in show prepping earlier today and yesterday. I was looking into all of them. I looked at all 31 of them. Okay. 26 of so just think about this, dear listener. When you're thinking about like, oh, is this appropriate? Is this a political move? So what I did is I made an Excel spreadsheet. I put all 31 of them onto an Excel spreadsheet. Some of them I wrote down what they were about, but it was taking way too long. So I was like, okay, I can't do that anymore. And I created just a few columns. One was, is this national emergency? Does this national emergency exist within our own geographic territory? So within our border,
right? Domestic natural emergency.
Yes. Like as one would think when one would say national emergency,
Right. Right.
Then I tried to determine to the best of my ability if it's something that I think is valid or political, that, if it's a real national emergency or something that's more politically motivated. Then I listed the president, and then I listed Republican or Democrat. So of the 31 national emergencies that are ongoing, so they have to be approved each year. In feminist lingo, this would be active, positive, and ongoing consent to national emergencies. And 26 have absolutely nothing to do with the United States. 26 out of the 31. We are talking things going on in Belarus. So they'll pass it, like there will be a civil war in Belarus or Serbia, or one under Obama with South Sudan. And what they'll do is there'll be a civil war there. The United States will want to back one side. And so they will pass a national emergency. The president will enact a national emergency and restrict property ownership and travel of anybody who's not on their side of that civil war. That's the non-U.S. backed side.
It is also this mechanism, dear listener, by which the president, specifically Obama and Bush, have unilaterally, without congressional approval, taken military action in various theaters of conflict around the world via these states of emergency.
Oh, totally.
Right.
Yeah,
here.
Bush.
Yes.
Bush used national emergency in Iraq. He used it in Syria. He used it in Belarus. He used it in North Korea. Clinton used it with Cuba. Obama used it with Venezuela. Trump has actually already used it 3 times prior to this. Nicaragua. Get this, Russ. Trump actually did a national. He enacted a national emergency over the Russian collusion scandal.
Huh. You just red pilled me. I didn't know
last
that.
fall.
Wow.
He
actually, you know what? I take that back. I did know that. I'd forgotten that. That's true.
Not last fall, Trump enacted a national emergency over the Russian collusion scandal, saying like, "Hey, if this is happening, this is an emergency."
Yes.
And if you're
and dear listener, he did do this. This is 100% factual, and refer back to previous episodes right around in December, probably HSP number 24, 23, right in there. It is by this natural emergency declaration that Trump was able to refer to or demand reporting from the DOJ and various agencies, that we're not going to detail it again, about whether or not election fraud happened. He did this there's no congressional legislation that requires this, but because Trump declared this state of emergency, Trump can now audit the elections. And we reported on that quite a few episodes back, but it's there, so go listen to it. Yeah, but anyways, you're right, though. He did declare a state of emergency.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, this is and then the remaining few are things related to 9/11, proliferation of WMDs, Iran hostage crisis. These are all things that could plausibly be valid national emergencies. I'm not saying they aren't, but in my mind, they plausibly could be. You could say that about 9/11. You could say that about some country ramping up, proliferation of WMDs. But in this case, then national emergency is just being used as a tool for foreign policy, and foreign policy should be handled differently, not as a national emergency. So, you have all these people running around. Oh, set a precedent. Look, the precedent's been set. There's no. This is just politics. And though these things plausibly had something to do with the safety of U.S. citizens, declaring a national emergency has been used either as a tool of foreign policy or for political ends. And say what you will about this national emergency as a strategy. Like I said, I think you should have done this and also shut the government down. But the outrage on both the left and the right over his using a national emergency in this context to build a border fence is just pure political rhetoric. That is it. There's nothing more to it than that.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more, man. It was, well, first of all, like, I kind of feel two different feelings about this. Yes, you're right. But thank God that he did it, because now we're at least going to get some wall built. Now at least we have about $8 billion to build some wall, but it shouldn't have gotten to this point ever. I mean, really, seriously, the Republicans 2 years ago should have rammed this legislation for the wall through Congress, but we know that Paul Ryan cucked him and Mitch McConnell cucked him. They never brought it up in the Senate and the House for serious consideration, So, but that's how this should have been done. You know what I mean?
Agreed entirely.
State of emergency. Yes.
Yeah, agreed entirely.
Yeah.
That's basically it, man. I'm ready to move on if you want to.
Yeah, man, I'm triggered.
Yeah.
I'm triggered.
All right. Well, okay. Well, the next topic's pretty white pilling. I'll let you de-trigger so in explaining.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. So, dear listener, we're running a little bit long for this segment, so I'm going to kind of hit this very quickly. No collusion. Surprise, surprise. I'm going to read a Breitbart piece from The Lead. It goes thus: the Senate Intelligence Committee will soon wrap up its investigation into possible collusion between the 2016 Trump presidential campaign and Russia, and those claiming the two parties colluded may be in for a rude awakening, according to a new report. NBC News, citing Democrats and Republicans, reports the panel's 2-year investigation has yet to uncover, quote, direct evidence of, quote, conspiracy between Trump campaign officials and the Kremlin. However, the report claims lawmakers are at odds, quote, along party lines when it comes to the implications of a pattern of contacts members of the two parties had before and after the Democrat National Committee's emails were hacked. All right, I'm going to skip a paragraph and I'm going to go one paragraph down, dear listener. Well, I better go ahead and read them both for context. All right, this is a quote. If we write a report based upon the facts that we have, then we don't have anything, and that would suggest there was collusion by the Trump campaign in Russia, Senate Intelligence Committee Chairman Richard Burr, Republican, North Carolina, told CBS News last week. Quote, we know we're getting to the bottom of the barrel because there are no new questions that we're searching for answers to. Several unnamed, here's the catch, dear listener. Several unnamed Democrat lawmakers told NBC News that while they concur with Burr's statements, they lack the appropriate context. We were never going to find a contract signed in blood saying, "Hey, Vlad, we're going to collude," a Democrat staffer told the news outlet. There was some also, some other things about, I can't remember which senator it was that said it. And he was like, well, frankly, the most astonishing thing was when Trump came out and asked Russia for Hillary's emails. All right, dear listener, what that senator was referring to was a rally when the WikiLeaks dropped the DNC emails. And Trump was making a joke at a rally about like, hey, do you have those 300,000 emails that Hillary deleted as well? Please get them to us, WikiLeaks, right? But like this Democrat, of course, tries to spin it in terms of, well, he asked Russia for Hillary's emails and blah, 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 trying to taint the fact, dear listener, that there is no evidence of collusion between Russia and Trump because there was no collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia. There was none.
Wait, you mean to tell me, Russ, that when Trump was going to run for president, he didn't go, man, how am I going to get a leg up on the competition here? Oh, I know. I'm going to go collude with Russia.
It's just absurd on his face, man.
I know, man. I know. Like, who would you even call? Like, hey, Vlad, yeah, I'm gonna run for president. You wanna kind of like be my backroom guy here? Help me out here. Write some fake articles and share them on Facebook for me.
Right. Hire some bot farms for me. Run some Facebook ads to the tune of, what was it? I think $140,000 spent in pro-Trump ads by Russian bots on Facebook. No, it was $40,000, not $140,000, $40,000. So, meanwhile, dear listener, while in the context of what was truly going on is that the left was colluding with Russia on things like Uranium One, Skolkovo, all of these speeches that Bill Clinton gave to the Kremlin, right? Or gave in the Kremlin to the tune of 500,000 per, right? That's where the collusion was. So just like we always say, dear listener, think in terms of anything the left accuses you of, they're probably guilty of, because that's the way it's been
totally
going for 2 straight years now. You know what I mean? So Oh, but dear listener, I mean, at least we're going to get through the Senate. The Senate has cleared the Russia gate thing going on in the Senate. And so they're not going to, they said they're scraping bottom of the barrel in terms of issues they want to investigate. This is great, dear listener, because now the Senate, perhaps, even though I don't trust the Senate as far as I can throw them, get some things done. There's an interesting realignment going on. Now, refer to our bots, dear listener, about the Mueller probe. We know that it's winding down. We know that the left is trying to kind of brace their audience for the so horrible news that Donald Trump didn't collude with Russia. Well, essentially what's going to happen is that the Mueller investigation is going to pass into the House, to the House Judiciary Committee, the House Oversight Committee. They're going to investigate Trump's taxes, his finances, his businesses. They're going to investigate everything about Trump. So basically there is a handoff going from Mueller into the House, right? And this is going to be kind of on Adam Schiff's watch, right? Now, like we also said earlier, now that William Barr is appointed, Devin Nunes and Jim Jordan have both said that this week that they're going to be making criminal referrals, right? Now, they are not in control of their committees in the House anymore. The Democrats control those committees, right? So we're going to see a shift going away from investigating the true DOJ collusion, which is spying on the Trump campaign in the 2016 election. This is going to move from the House over to the Senate. So you kind of see what's going on right now is that the Senate is trying to get this Russia collusion out of investigation, out of the committees, trying to stop all of this kind of stuff. Now they are going to start investigating the FBI, the DOJ. This is going to shift from, Mark Meadows, Jim Jordan, Devin Nunes, and it's going to go over to Lindsey Graham. And so book it, dear listener. I mean, this isn't a prediction. This is already exactly how Republicans have said they're going to play this. This is about to happen. And the only thing that they have not explained, like I just tried to explain to you, probably in too many words, is that they're trying to clear the books of all this investigation stuff so that they can begin investigating the FBI and the DOJ. Yeah. That's what's going on here. Yeah. It's white pilling stuff.
Yeah, totally.
It's good stuff.
This is why I'm glad I co-host the show with you, man, because this is stuff like I wouldn't get if you weren't doing it,
Yeah. Well, thank you, man. Thank you. That's very cool. Very cool of you.
Yeah, of course, man.
Yeah.
All right, dude.
Yeah. We break now?
Yeah, we should break. I mean, right. I'll just say about the collusion. I mean, dear listener, we have been telling you for weeks and months now. Hey, man, that's cool. We've been doing the show long enough. We can say and months now.
True.
We've been telling you for months now that there is no collusion. Like, start at the opposite end of this line of thinking, like we just did a couple minutes ago. Do you honestly think Trump was sitting in his office one day thinking, like, strategizing about how to become elected president, and he consciously decided to collude with Russia? Do you realize how insane that sounds? So we knew all along there was no collusion. This is just total nonsense. It's a witch hunt. It always has been.
Yes, sir.
We told you this would be the inevitable conclusion. We called this weeks ago, months ago. So we shouldn't be surprised here. And but we should be happy that it's finally coming to a close because, well, I don't know. We'll see what happens next.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
But it should
be. Yeah, it's going to be a wild ride. It is. So
yeah, totally.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So.
All right. Well,
all right.
Russ, you want to take us out to break?
Yeah, we break now. Dear listener, thank you so much for hanging in there with us. Sorry we ran a little bit long, but this information was important and we wanted to be precise in our language. But, bots went a little bit long. Both segments went a little bit long. We hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. We do need a break for a moment, though, dear listener. So give us about 10 minutes of our time, 10 seconds of yours. We're going to play this cruise audio in the meantime for you, dear listener. So enjoy. We'll be back at you before you know it.
Bless Texas. In just a few minutes, the state of Texas will be proud to welcome back the President of the United States. In just a few minutes, the great city of El Paso will be proud to welcome the President of the United States. And the men and women here understand basic common sense principles. We understand that low taxes and low regulations produce lots and lots of jobs. We understand that 1,000 people a day are coming to the state of Texas because Texas is where the jobs are. We look back over the last 2 years of an historic tax cut, of cutting job-killing regulations, and we have the lowest unemployment in 50 years. We have the lowest African-American unemployment ever recorded. We have the lowest Hispanic unemployment ever recorded. Now, for whatever reason, our friends in the media don't like to tell you that. They don't like to focus on the fact that all across the country, wages are going up. And the number one state for families' wages increasing is the great state of Texas. You know, the media doesn't like to tell you that in the last 2 years, over 4 million people have come off of food stamps. Have gone from being dependent on the government for the basic needs of life to having the dignity of having a job. And you know what Texans understand? That's not an abstract figure. That's not just on a pie chart. Those are 4 million men and women that come home each night, look their kids in the eye, put food on the table, not food that was given to them, but food that they worked for, and they have the self-respect of working towards the American dream. people of Texas understand freedom works. And when it comes to immigration, we understand something very, very simple. It is time to build the wall. Now in Washington, Democrats have suddenly discovered walls are terrible things. By the way, the last I checked, every one of those Democratic politicians has a lock on their front door. And we've seen all across the country, we saw in San Diego, where some of the highest illegal crossings in the country were happening, and then they built a wall and the crossings plummeted. We saw in El Paso, where there was high traffic of illegal crossings, we built a wall and the crossings plummeted. And now we've seen the highest traffic crossing point is now further south in the Rio Grande Valley. It's not complicated what we need to do, which is stop the human traffickers, stop the drug traffickers, and build the wall. And let me say something that our friends in the media never seem to want to convey. In Texas, we welcome legal immigrants. There is a right way to come to this country, which is you stand in line, you follow the rules, and you come here seeking the American dream. In 1957, that's how my dad came to Texas. At age 18, with nothing, with $100 in his underwear. He couldn't speak English, but he came here as a legal immigrant, coming to Texas and seeking freedom. This is basic common sense. This is protecting our communities, protecting our families, protecting our country. And I say to the Democrats in Washington, let go of the hate. Let go of the anger. Stop sitting there as you did on the State of the Union, arms crossed, refusing to applaud for low unemployment. To the Democrats in Washington, the path forward is not open borders and socialism. The path is securing the borders, protecting our nation, defending freedom, more jobs, more opportunity, and more hope going forward. So let me say, I love you, El Paso. I'm proud to be back. And in just a few minutes, all of us are going to welcome the 45th President of the United States.
Oh, had to cut that off. 45th President of the United States, man. Right there at the end. Wow, man. Golden State Times, y'all do great work. We love you to death. That's the video source that we're using right now. Dear listener, great work. But you had to get the 45th President of the United States in there now. That wasn't us that cut that off, dear listener. That was the video. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, we'll source that properly too. Dude, Cruz is sounding so good these days, Russ. Man,
yes, sir.
I kind of feel bad. Like during I know, like my sister, she counter signaled on Trump a lot, and we were going back and forth about it, and she was all about Cruz, and I mean, I was all caught up in the meme culture at the time, and we would go back and forth, and I don't know. I don't know, man. It's one of these things where you can't go back in time. You can't Monday morning quarterback the situation. But
Right.
man, I'll tell you what, dude. Like, if Cruz ran 2024 the way he's sounding these days, what I didn't like him back in the 2016 election was that he sounded so rehearsed. I think he's too good. His what do you call his memory that where it's like photographic is what you see, you can
audiographic. Yeah, he's got a perfect audiographic memory. Yes. He remembers everything he hears, dear listener. Everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the way he just sounds way too rehearsed and you're just kind of like put off by it. But he's got this new style of speaking now that is I really like it. It's really good.
I do too. Yeah, man, perfectly applicable to a Trump rally. That was what Ted Cruz missed in the primaries, was that, right?
Exactly.
That Trump rally,
Yep.
Yes, presentation. It's like when he grew the beard, man, his power increased, his power level went up with
Dude,
that beard. Man.
That's a great enough. Yeah, when he grew the beard, his power level went up for sure.
Yes.
It increased
yes.
at least 2 or 3 levels. Definitely leveled up, multiple levels.
Yeah, 100% agreed, man. And like I'm right there with you as well, because my parents were cruise missiles in the beginning of the primaries. That was their guy. And we went back and forth talking about, I was pretty much Trump, Luke was pretty much Trump. But Luke and I privately in our conversations at these numerous bars that we would frequent quite oftenly, we were both kind of like, either Cruz or Trump would be cool. I'm leaning toward Trump, but if Cruz gets the nomination, I'm cool with that. That's kind of where we were at, but we did kind of advocate the case for Trump because we were consumed in the meme culture. We were fighting the great meme war and having a lot of fun doing it and, getting into arguments in bars quite often,
Here's
perfectly honest.
Here's the thing. I mean, like, I pretty much stand by where I've always been with respect to both Cruz and Trump. So, like, I have always ideologically aligned myself closer with Cruz. I have always been a more Barry Goldwater style of somebody on the right.
Indeed, sir.
In terms of just, strictly speaking politics. And
Yes.
Cruz, of all of the candidates, most closely represents that, or most closely
Yes.
represented that during those primaries. But what we didn't have back then, back then you had some semblance of decorum, and
Right.
there is no decorum today. It is just ugly. I mean, okay, so let's be fair, even in the early, as soon as just the runoffs between John Adams and Thomas Jefferson. I mean, even at that point, I mean, we're talking second and third presidency, John Adams passed the Alien and Sedition Act, where like if you spoke ill of him, you could go to jail. But see,
Right.
back then, dear listener, when I was actually thinking about this, Russ, it would be funny if we did this again, because if we did, we'd have Trump as president and Hillary as vice president. Back then, when you would have the runoff, the person with the most votes would be elected president, and the person with the second most votes would be elected vice president. So
That's correct.
John Adams and Thomas Jefferson were actually like mortal political enemies, but Thomas Jefferson served as vice president to John Adams. And
Right.
John Adams passed the Alien and Sedition Act, which said that if you defamed the president, basically, publicly, like in a journal, and he did this, he put journalists in jail for countersignaling him. But he didn't include in that you couldn't do that to the vice president. So
Right.
so like journalists are countersignaling Thomas Jefferson and then going to jail for doing the same thing to John Adams. And one was
Right,
vice president,
right.
the other one was president. So
Yes.
I mean, this lack of decorum has always been around. I think people have this romantic vision of early United States where, the statesmen would sit down with their feather pens and pass each other
wigs.
well-written notes across the room, and like it's like no,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
it wasn't much different back then, and actually in some ways it could have even been worse. And
Right.
it definitely was worse, I should say. So this has been going on for a long time, but I think we did have a nice period like in the mid 20th century where politics seemed to transcend this sort of very vicious sort of rhetoric and treatment of each other. And that's totally gone now. And somebody like Ted Cruz, I just don't think can stand in that water anymore.
Yeah, I agree. I think he gets that too.
At least he couldn't. Yeah. And you need somebody like Trump, who is more of like a modern day, I mean, dare I say, Russ, like a modern day Andrew Jackson type. That's just bull and
that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, bull in a china shop sort of a mentality. And he needs to show. So I've always been more ideologically aligned with Cruz: freedom, constitutionalism, liberty, capitalism. I've always been more close to Cruz, the Rand Paul types. But as just a matter of dealing with these people, it's a non-starter to talk about them if you haven't first dealt with the opposition. And that's what they lacked, so that's why, and I still stand by that. Trump has done a fairly good, he's cucking all the time now, which is, and has been, but like, I mean, it's funny, he cucks on this bill and then he posts this meme video of his State of the Union dress and pins it to his Twitter profile. So it's like, it's almost like we called it. It's so accurate the way we called it. I'm actually a little bit disappointed. I wish I would have been somehow wrong. You know what I mean? Right.
Yeah, and very, very well argued case. Everything Luke just said, dear listener, is 100% verifiably correct. And, the politics in the days of Andrew Jackson were nasty. The politics in the days of Lincoln were very nasty. So the only thing that I would add to Luke's very perfectly laid out case is that don't let the left blame this on Trump, this lack of decorum that we have going on. This has been going on forever, dear listener, except for this kind of détente that we had in the mid-20th century, like Luke said, where there was this kind of proper role of a gentleman demeanor in politics. But, the left has not been playing by these rules since Slick Willie. Slick Willie was kind of the first one that was, became snarky, became, a little bit irreverent. He was very slick in his presentation and stuff, but, then all decorum of the presidency was out the window, out the door.
It depends on what your definition of the word is.
Well, yeah, right. Slick Willie in the house. Yeah. But, Barack Obama was absolutely disgusting in his behavior toward the right. Okay. And so thank God for Trump kind of coming along and just blowing this door wide open and greeting the left right there on that political theater of the discourse the way it truly was. He called it for what it was correctly. Yeah. Right. Look at Hillary's behavior in the campaign. Cruz wouldn't have withstood that if not for Donald Trump. And so, but now, like the case that we're arguing, both of us, dear listener, is Ted Cruz in 2024. He is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Agreed.
Post show.
Agreed.
Yeah, Cruz rallies will happen.
Dude,
just like Trump rallies right now.
I'll be a total Cruz missile if that happens.
Oh yeah, man. Me too. Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, it's funny. Like Slick Willie was more kind of trolly and irreverent and funny, but Obama, he was more just patronizing and insulting.
Yeah, sneering. Yes. Yeah, he was. He was. And oh man. Yeah, and he really his behavior was beneath the office, dear listener, not Trump's. I mean, argue that all you want to, but you cannot with a straight face argue that Trump's behavior, his demeanor is below the office and not concede that Barack Obama's was as well.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just how it is. So yeah,
dude.
Good stuff, man.
We should move into updates and corrections. I have no updates.
Okay, yeah. I don't think anything happened this week. Luke's been doing some great work on Twitter, so we've gotten a little bit of traffic on Twitter. We have noticed a noticeable spike in web visits to our webpage, Twitter impressions, a noticeable spike in listens. And so thank you very much, dear listener. I mean, really, it means a lot. Just swing on by and let us, give us some feedback. Let us know what's on your mind. Now, if you do like the guy did that we didn't call out last week, but we just wanted to reaffirm our case to that, dear listener. I mean, if you're going to leave us negative feedback, just come correct. You know what I mean? Come correct about it. And, just let us know you're in the house and let us know what your thoughts are. And dear listener, again, who we, reaffirmed our case to last week, I want to once again tell you we appreciate you listening so much. Thank you for coming back. We really truly do mean that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, for sure. So I mean, but again, if you're going to try to issue some sort of feedback to us in the context of trying to correct or something, but you need to make a case. Like, please make a case.
Yes.
You know, if you do it privately and you don't make a case, we're probably not going to respond to it. But so long as we don't have like dozens of comments on our Facebook page or Twitter every single day, and we have the bandwidth to comment on it, and you do it publicly and you don't make a case, then we are going to reaffirm our case.
That's correct.
So we would just ask kindly, if you're going to do that, please make a case, comment on our website, send us feedback, email, whatever. But if you do it publicly, then we're going to make a case for what we believe. And if you are right and we're like, oh my God, we got that totally wrong, then we'll throw it in the corrections.
Absolutely correct.
Yeah. We're happy to do that.
Like we said last week, we'll even have you on the show to call us out on the show if we make a mistake, you know? It's only because we take this very seriously, dear listener. I mean, we have a great time doing it. We love doing it, but we are doing serious business here. Yeah. And we take you seriously, dear listener. We take you very seriously. So,
totally,
this is serious stuff we're talking about. Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
we want to respect what we're doing. You know,
as for bringing people on the show, we've got to have extreme vetting before.
Extreme vetting.
Yeah. We're not going to just bring somebody on the show randomly. We got to do a little bit of vetting here. And that's for you, dear listener. So. Yes. What about corrections? I have no corrections from last week.
Zero.
All right.
Zero corrections.
All right.
Yes.
That's it. We're back above 99 then. Slightly feverish.
That's right. Feels good, man.
I know.
Feels good. Yeah.
And we just live in a perpetual state of fever. It's wonderful.
Yes. It sure is.
It's like, man, yeah, we could never beat that game Oregon Trail given our correction rating, you know?
Yeah.
Our correction temperature.
Yes. Feels good, man. Oh, yes.
All right. Well, let's move on. Dear listener, in this segment, we got Green New Death, Amy Klobuchar presidential announcement, and then this funny little thing that happened in Italy. We'll close the segment out with that. So Green New Death. So this week, old Mitch McConnell, Russ's favorite senator. That's your favorite senator, right, Russ? I mean, we learned in segment one that
love him to death.
That you have a sort of secret affinity for his senatorship, right?
Yes. Oh yeah, absolutely. More than Ted Cruz, man. More than Rand Paul, for sure.
Yeah,
his colleague from Kentucky. Oh yeah, man. He's my favorite. I'm a Mitch McConnell fanboy, dear listener. Yes. Kidding. I'm definitely not. We're gonna call him out some more here in just a minute. So, yeah, man. So what did he do with Green New Death this week, man?
Well, he's calling for a vote on it, which you and I talked about it a little bit last night on the Friday night. No, we didn't. We talked about it before the Friday night Comfy Post when we were doing our show prep, and
that's correct.
Yeah, everybody. It's sort of funny when I see everybody on the right heralding something that some Republican does. It's like something in the back of my mind tells me that something is awry. When everyone is like, oh, based Mitch McConnell, or like, oh, Mitch McConnell grows a pair, mega. It's like, and then if Twitter's just flooded with that, I'm kind of like, okay, something is wrong here.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean?
Things that make you go, not sure if serious.
Yes, exactly. So, yeah, I mean, you know, so he's calling for a vote on it, and his strategy here is to just force the left to show their cards and say who's in favor of it and who's not. And Russ, you said that you think this is a bad move. I've been thinking about it since we talked about it yesterday, and I'm going to propose something, and I'm interested to get, I want to know, I'm interested to see if what I'm about to say aligns with what you say.
Cool, man. Yeah, Brian.
So I was thinking about this after Russ and I talked last night, because again, I was kind of like, I hadn't given it much thought. I was thinking about other things. And so I didn't, give my level of critical thinking to this. I think it's a bad move to force their vote right now because the left just doesn't care. This is not like there's two things here. This to them is a long-term vision. They know that they aren't going to do away with flights in 10 years. They know that. This is a 40, 50, 60-year vision for them. So that's one thing. It's like they just don't care. It's like everybody could raise their hand. Yeah, you know what? I'm not on board with it because it's not. And then like asterisk footnote because it's not realistic right now.
Right. Good call, man. Couldn't agree more.
And then secondarily, just the sort of arrogance with which Mitch McConnell announced that he was going to do this, and the arrogance with which the right reacted, just shows how short-sighted they are and how they have nothing to offer in return. Yes. It's just like they're like, oh, this sweeping proposal. We'll just force a vote right now, and then we'll never have to talk about this again because everyone will know how ridiculous it is. It's like, this is what we were talking about last week. This is not something you can just sweep under the rug. This is like a grand vision. This isn't the New Deal. This isn't the Green New Deal. This is the Green Great Leap Forward. That's what this is.
Yes.
To them, in their minds. This is like much bigger than the Green New Deal. This is the Green Great Leap Forward for them in their minds. And Mitch McConnell thinks that he's going to deal with it by forcing a vote. Like some little vote. And then all of a sudden everyone on the left is just going to be like, shucks, he took our ball. I guess we'll just go home.
Right.
And then everyone's going to get comfy and complacent, and then the left is going to come roaring back again at the first opportunity. And the reason they'll come roaring back is because they didn't properly deal with it from the outset. They didn't deal with it from the outset. They did not argue the ideas. They didn't take the ideas on, and they didn't, more importantly, we talked about this ad nauseum last week. They, more importantly, didn't offer anything in return. They didn't offer some sort of energy liberation plan. They didn't offer anything. Right. They just think, we're just going to force a vote and then we don't have to think about it anymore. This is why the right loses constantly, because they don't take these things seriously, and they don't offer anything in return because they're unprincipled and they have no ideas. They're blob. Just like the neo-left, they're blob and they have no ideas. So anyways, that's my take on this, Russ.
100%. Yeah, I agree 100%. So well said. I could not agree more. My take on it is this, dear listener. Now, I think that, everything that Luke just said about the right coming out and strutting their stuff about, way to go, Mitch McConnell, in unison. Everybody said this, and I was the same as Luke, like, man, this doesn't really seem so great to me. What is it about this that just really kind of irks a little bit, dear listener? Sits there in the back of my mind, and I'm like, this really isn't that good. Well, it's this. Okay, first of all, I think that this is politically way too risky of a move. I do not trust any Republican in the Senate to not vote for the Green New Deal. Okay. We're already basically at gridlock, dear listener. The Republicans don't have much of a majority. So imagine like if Susan Collins ends up voting for the Green New Deal, lose a couple of Republicans, like, I think that this is a very positive vision. And I've just got to speak my conscience and vote for it. So the deal is, Cocaine Mitch better have every single vote counted on this before he does something this politically risky. This is too risky to do, right? You don't kill this by bringing it up for a vote. By bringing it up for a vote, dear listener, you give it oxygen. You make this an issue now.
Russ, you just reminded me of something that I had forgotten about. I didn't put it in my show prep. I think I must have been driving or working or something and just thought about this momentarily and then forgotten about it. And you just reminded me. Like, bringing this up to a vote sanctions it as a valid idea.
Yes.
This is not a valid idea. This isn't even worth voting on. Like, he shouldn't bring it up to a vote. He should be saying, I don't want this going anywhere near anybody who has voting power because it's way too dangerous. And here's why.
Yes.
That's what he should be saying. Instead, he's sanctioning it. He's saying, here's an example. Okay. What if this does pass? Just like Russ was just talking about. What is he going to suddenly go, oh, well, I guess this is what the people wanted. You know what I mean?
Right.
Why would you?
Yeah, because he's a cuck.
Yeah. You're just sanctioning this by even vote. It's like it would be like if the Khmer Rouge, somehow took over the left, and they're gonna they come up with a resolution to go take everybody who wears glasses because those are the educated people who must make a lot of money, and they're going to kill them, which the Khmer Rouge actually did in the Cambodian killing fields. It would be like if they proposed something like this and Mitch McConnell's like, oh, well, let's just put it up to a vote. No.
Right?
You say, no, that is an evil idea, and I don't want this going anywhere near the halls of our Congress. I'm not even going to give this air. I am not going to sanction this as an idea. That is how he should be treating the Green New Deal. But no, we're going to vote on it.
Right. Yeah, because he's a cuck blob party, dear listener. That's why. He is an absolute cuck. This son of a bitch gots to go, dear listener. People of Kentucky, do your job. Stand up right now and vote this man out as soon as he comes up for re-election. Get rid of him. And meanwhile, cucks in the Republican Party and in the Senate, you need to get this guy out as majority leader of the Senate. He's got to go. He has absolutely got to go. All right. And, dear listener, I mean, just consider this, like let's say that, a few Republicans vote on it. Mitch McConnell washes his hands of it. Oh, I just get it. This is what the American people wanted. Well, what's really scary, dear listener, is that this will pass the House right now. As things look right now, if it passes the Senate, it'll probably pass the House. Now, will Trump veto it? Yes, of course he will. It's not going to become a law right now. But you just had a bill get all the way up to the president's desk, and that means it is going to come up as a law over and over and over again as soon as Trump is gone. Believe this.
Imagine in 2020 this comes across somebody's desk who is now a Democrat. I mean, we are this close to the Green New Deal becoming reality.
Yes.
This close.
Yes.
And Mitch McConnell putting it up to a vote. Unbelievable.
Yeah. That's right. It is unbelievable, man. It was a huge mistake. And, so, people on the right, think about this a little bit, right-wing commenters, commentariat, think about this a little bit. This is a huge political blunder. And even if it's not a huge political blunder, this is way too huge of a risk to take right now. It's way too huge.
I mean,
and,
if Mitch McConnell were hearing this, I would ask him, say, okay, so there are more than 2 million people in the United States, many of whom live in the southern states, who are employed in the fossil fuel industries. Yes. You're telling me you would put 2 million jobs up to a vote in the Senate. Yep. That's what you are okay with. You're saying, okay, yes. 2 million jobs. Oh, let's just vote on it. That's what you're after. No, you should be saying, no, I am going to stand here and do everything I can to make sure that these 2 million people, their jobs are not obliterated out of existence. That is what is at stake here.
Yes.
And you're saying, let's vote on it. Unbelievable.
Yes. It is unbelievable, man. Yeah, it's absolutely unbelievable. And, this absolute failure of a senator, dear listener, of a majority leader, all right, who, has got to go. I will give him one little bit of credit. He's doing pretty good with, ramming through judicial appointments nominated by the president into the court system. There is a chance we might even get some conservatives nominated to the Ninth Circuit Court. This is nothing but good. There are a couple that are up for replacement. We might just slip a couple of conservatives in. Trump's nominations for the judiciary have been masterful. Really great people thus far that he's gotten in. And Mitch McConnell has done a pretty good job about getting them approved. You know what I mean? He's got a lot more work to do, but he's doing good work as far as that goes. Everything else is abject, complete, idiotic fail going on in the Senate right now, dear listener. Idiotic fail.
Yeah, and the scary thing is that's the one side of Congress that we actually have control over, supposedly.
Right. Well, the blob has control over it. We don't.
Yeah,
the blob
that's true.
Does.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So, but dear listener, I'm going to make another suggestion and double down on everything that we just said and just suggest to you, okay, what if this is what's really going on here? Okay. Now AOC comes out with her Green New Deal, shouting from the rooftops, Senator Markey in the Senate endorsed it, right? Supposedly 70 people in Congress have signed on to it, right? But here's the deal, dear listener. Nobody has voted for it because it wasn't a piece of legislation. It was a what do we call it? It's not a referendum. Well, whatever it was. It was a guiding, shining star, a guiding vision that the Democratic Party was going to take. Well, now that this is about to become serious law and people are going to have to vote on it.
You're talking about the Green New Deal?
Yes,
as a proposition.
A resolution. proposition, a resolution.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
yeah.
what
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah. It
My
was a
bad, dear
resolution.
listener.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Actually, you're right.
Yeah.
It is a resolution. Yeah.
Yep. My bad. Sorry about that, dear listener. So at least we corrected it before we got up out of here. So that's good.
Correction. Yeah. Correction
Yeah.
rating saved.
Yeah. Yes. Anyway, all right. So now we're at a place where, Mitch McConnell, with his esteemed confidence, taking this political risk, taking on political water, giving oxygen to this, what is now going to be a bill, not a resolution. It is a bill. What happens? Like, let's just say, for example, okay, Kamala Harris has endorsed it. Spartacus has endorsed it, right? They haven't voted on it, right? So what they could conceivably do is not vote on it in the Senate because it polled so poorly with the American people, dear listener. When this stuff came out, the American people were just like, what? Are you kidding me? No way, right? I would suggest that because of the Green New Deal, this is why capitalism polled so well in that Fox Business poll that we mentioned earlier, because they were like, absolutely not. Yep, I'm a capitalist. I don't believe in this socialist garbage, right? That probably boosted those poll numbers in favor of capitalism because the American people were disgusted by this deal, okay? Well, the Democrats know this. They know that they made a political blunder with this. They completely understand. Well, now, because they do understand this very well, Kamala Harris doesn't have to vote for it. Spartacus doesn't have to vote for it. Bernie Sanders doesn't have to vote for it. So what it appears to me may be going on here, dear listener, is that Mitch McConnell is actually running cover for them. He's actually bringing this up for a vote to get this off of their back for the 2020 election so that he can get a blob candidate in, anybody but Trump.
God.
Anybody but Trump.
Yeah. I hadn't even thought about that.
Anybody but Trump is what Mitch, he's a never Trumper. Anybody. I'll even take a Democrat up there instead of Trump, right? I'll take anybody. And so now, dear listener, this is serious business when you consider it from this perspective, that he may be trying to lift the burden.
Yeah, we want the Green New Deal, the Green Death Deal,
That's
the
right.
Green New Death. We want that to be front and center.
Yes, absolutely. That is a loser, and the Democrats know it. And now Mitch McConnell just gave them a way to get it off their back.
Honestly, I think you're giving Mitch McConnell too much credit. I think he's probably too dumb to even realize that. He probably is just going to strut his stuff and go, we'll just vote on it.
Yeah, you're probably right.
This just goes to show how dumb they are. It's either like fight it from a principled stance and fight it as it ought to be fought, or really think about how you're going to use it as a political tool.
Yes.
But don't just wake up one day and be like, oh yeah, we'll just vote on it, and then we don't have to think about it anymore.
Yes, sir. And oh man, what a dumbass. I mean, it's either absolute idiocy on Mitch McConnell's part, dear listener, or it's absolutely pure subversive evil. It's one of the two, right? This is not, based in red-pilled Mitch McConnell. No, that's not what this is. That's not what this is. This is not political theater. That's not something this serious. You cannot call political theater. This is serious business going on right now, and Mitch McConnell just stepped in it every which way. Man.
Yeah.
I mean, God. Yeah. So,
well,
I had one last point I was going to make about it. I forgot what it was. It was in reaction to something that you just said. Go ahead, man. Hopefully it'll come back.
Oh, no. I was actually going to move on to Amy Klobuchar, but if you have one more point.
Let me try to think about it. Oh, it went into the ethers. It was not in my show prep. It was, like I said, something that was in reaction to what you just said. Yeah, let's leave it. If I think of it and it's important, we'll come back to it. But yeah, let's move on. We're going a little bit long, so let's ride, brother.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so Amy Klobuchar is a senator from Minnesota. She announced her presidential candidacy for 2020 as a Democratic candidate this week. And so, of course, we got to hit this as a main topic. And I will go through her positions. I'm sure we'll probably have some conversation around that. So, and at the end, we'll go through all the other presidential announcements and kind of like sum up, who all's in the race now. So I'll start here. I found on her website, this is just on the landing page. This is just a short little paragraph, basically summing up the sort of the things that she seems to care about the most. So, for too long, leaders in Washington have sat on the sidelines while others try to figure out what to do about our changing economy and its impact on our lives, what to do about the disruptive nature of new technologies, income inequality, the political and geographic divides, the changing climate, the tumult in our world. Let's stop seeing those obstacles as obstacles on our path. Yeah. Let's stop seeing those obstacles as obstacles on our path. What a convoluted sentence that last one is. But
yeah, isn't it though?
Yeah, there's some things to criticize even just here. While others try to figure out what to do on our changing economy. I mean, first of all, I don't really think the leaders in Washington are sitting on the sidelines. I do show prep each week. Russ does show prep each week, and our show prep would suggest otherwise. I'll just say that.
Yes. Yes.
And figure out what to do about our changing economy and its impact on our lives. Yeah, the economy changes. The sky is also blue. I don't know what to say to that, but
yeah.
What to do about the disruptive nature of technologies? Well, yeah, I mean, technologies are disruptive, but usually in a positive way. So I don't want to do anything about it, really, especially not politicians, because they are disruptive in a bad way, generally.
Yes.
Income inequality, we have hit that so much in past shows. There's no point in even going there. The political and geographic divides. Well, I mean, I don't know. What is she going to do and like pull a Moses and pull us all together into like one geographic territory? I don't really know what she means when like we need to combat the geographic divides here. I don't know. Indeed. I don't know what that means. But and then the political divides. Yeah, this is this whole idea of political divisiveness. You know, you hear the left talk about this, and even on the right sometimes, divisiveness. Look, like divisiveness, it's sort of like the word discrimination or the word hate or the word fear. These are words that you are taught to just categorically those are just categorically bad. Well, why are these words categorically bad? Well, the truth is, they're not. Some people deserve to be hated. Murderers deserve to be hated. There are some people or situations or ideas or things which you should fear. Fear keeps you alive. Now, you have to make sure that all these things you need to make sure you rationalize and understand, and it corresponds to the reality of the situation, and make sure your emotions are appropriate to those situations. So I'm not just saying that like, go around hating and fearing everything. I'm saying reconcile your emotions to reality and make sure it's appropriate. But, and emotions are not tools of cognition. Okay. So I need to throw that out there, but discrimination. I mean, how do you determine who are your friends if not through discrimination? I mean, people are constantly discriminating. That's how we determine who we value. Who you love, who you date, who you are friends with, who you hang out with, who you play golf with, who you go to the lake with, whatever. I mean, we're constantly discrimination. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, you have to make sure you're discriminating rationally in a way that makes sense, right? And then, divisiveness, which is the word here. Okay, divisiveness. Okay, yeah, I am divided between myself and the Green New Deal. There is a vast divide between me and the Green New Deal, and I'm very proud of that divide. Okay, so like divisiveness in and of itself is not controversial. Okay, so it's perfectly reasonable to be divided on an issue. You just have to make your case and make sure it's rational. Now, moving on. So I did some research. There's this one website. We'll link to it in the show. It's in the show description. It's called ontheissues.org. They go through all of her stuff, but it's way too much to talk about on the show. So I'll just mention 5 issues here. So she's a climate truther. I've decided, Russ, that's what we're going to call the climate. They call us climate deniers. So we're going to call them climate truther.
Climate truther. Yeah. Memed into reality right now. Well done. Yeah. Well done.
So she's a climate truther. She thinks that we should get back into the UN climate accord. She wants cap and trade. She has not said anything about the Green New Deal, but mark our words. You heard it here first. She will get pulled left. She will be Green New Deal at some point.
Absolutely.
Well, actually, no, she won't, because Mitch McConnell's doing her a favor, so she won't have to get pulled left.
Right. Yeah. She won't be for now. Yeah. Now that it's election season, she won't do it for now.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
thanks, Mitch.
Yeah, more
Appreciate it,
accurately,
appreciate it.
The way you put it, Russ, she won't have to be, thanks to Mitch McConnell.
Right. Yeah, that's it.
For or against. Medicare for all in Minnesota is what she's for, and she hasn't said one way or the other for the country, so I think she's very milquetoast as a candidate. She's afraid to go full out like DemSoc or hardcore left. She seems to be more of a, I wouldn't say neoliberal necessarily, but a little bit more of a populist. And, she's approaching this like sort of leftist populist model. So, but I think eventually if she's going Medicare for all for Minnesota, that's coming from a place that she believes as a principle, Medicare for all. So I would fully expect her at some point to come out for single payer healthcare. And again, I think she'll get pulled left by other candidates on that. She believes on immigration. She believes in path to citizenship. She wants to increase legal immigration. She wants to increase temporary work visas. She wants to reform ICE, but not abolish it. So I have to say, Russ and I differ a little bit on immigration. I have to say, like, I am in halfway agreement with this. Not necessarily the path to citizenship. Certainly not that, but I have no qualms with increasing legal immigration, increasing temporary work visas. I think a lot of immigrants from Mexico and South America would actually prefer to just come there for the work season and then go home. But again, Russ and I disagree with that. I speak only for myself when I say that. And I want to make that abundantly clear. And reform ICE, but don't abolish it. I don't agree with that. Where are you at on her immigration stances, Russ?
I right now, dear listener, am kind of for an absolute moratorium on all legal and illegal immigration for a period of time until we allow some assimilation to happen in this country and our economy to rebalance itself to all of the immigration that has been inflicted upon us over the last 20, 30 years. This is a soft differing point between Luke and I, dear listener. I mean, we don't agree on everything. Nobody agrees on 100% everything, right? But this is a bit of a soft disagreement because I do, in principle, believe in legal immigration. I just think that we've kind of primed the pump a little bit too much, and we kind of need to, as far as I'm concerned, bring it down. So I'm in absolute disagreement with Amy Klobuchar about this. Notice she doesn't touch the illegal immigration issue, right? I think that she's so milquetoast and so kind of just barely putting her toe in the water right now that she doesn't want to touch the lightning rod right now. So, her silence on illegal immigration is deafening, but because of her stance on legal immigration, dear listener, I can guarantee you she's all about rights for illegal immigrants. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, for sure. She definitely has a lot of like human rights sort of.
Yeah.
I mean, and when you say human rights, that has its own connotation. But I mean, would you agree, Russ, that it would be fair to say that she's probably the least worst of the candidates thus far on immigration?
Maybe Howard Schultz or her.
Okay.
Yeah, she's the least worst.
Well, he's independent though.
Yep. Right. Yeah. Of the Democrats, yes, she is the least worst by virtue of her simple milquetoastness.
Exactly, and nothing more.
Yeah. Right.
On abortion, she is pro-choice. And then finally on foreign policy, she is pro-war. She thinks that we should stay in Syria. And that's basically that. And then I wrote some other, I jotted down some other notes here. So on abortion, she's pro-choice, but like who really knows what that means at this point, according to the left. She thinks that it should be, she agrees with abortion as long as it's quote unquote legal. She's okay with it. So okay, great. So like, after like Governor Northam style, being born and then allowing the child to just die on the table, as long as it's legal, that's okay. This is the danger of divorcing morality from laws.
Indeed.
Because it is
sir.
from fact and value that one derives what proper laws should be in place. Then for federal funding, she believes in federal funding for family planning, which is Planned Parenthood, including, in her words, free contraception, so free birth control. On budget and economy, she's a typical leftist. She's a grab bag of everything budget and economy. The note that I wrote for myself here is, quote, "We should balance the budget and also spend more money and somehow pay for it," end quote. That's like the note that I wrote for myself. It's basically like leftist economics.
Yeah, exactly.
On civil rights, she's pro-gay marriage. She's endorsed by the feminist majority on women's rights issues, including wage discrimination. And she wants to prohibit LGBT discrimination in schools. On crime, she's nothing special. She's moderate. Again, milquetoast on this. She's not exactly Black Lives Matter, but she's not Blue Lives Matter either. So she's, again, milquetoast there. On education, this is the last thing. On education, she supports existing student loan funding, but she did not say free college. So I think the ruling on the field here, Russ, is not Demsuck. I think the ruling on the field is Blob, if you ask me.
Yeah, I would agree. But, with potential of being pulled dim sock at a moment's notice, because she is so milquetoast in her description and in her platform right now, dear listener, she is going to change.
Oh, totally. Somebody
she's going to try to win this election.
Somebody this milquetoast has no principles. So she's going to go where the wind blows. This means that she will be a pragmatist. So if it's pragmatic for her to then suddenly support single payer healthcare, then she'll do it. If it's pragmatic for her to suddenly support free college, she'll do it. If it's pragmatic for her to suddenly support open borders and anti-wall, she'll do it. Anybody in the blob, this is why we call it the blob. For one, it just sort of grows and consumes everybody who touches it. And then number two, it's just malleable. It fits to wherever it needs to fit. It just perfectly describes all these people. They will just fit whatever the shoe that comes down upon them, they will fit in it, It will fit in the tread of that shoe. So I love this term, the blob. It's just so fitting. And
it is though.
They just have no principles. They're just totally malleable. They'll fit whatever mold they need to fit, and they just consume anybody who touches it. And anyways, I think ruling on the field for Amy Klobuchar is blob. Oh, dude, did you see Trump's tweet about her?
No.
Okay, did you see her announcement speech?
Yes, I did.
Okay, dear listener, let's paint this picture for you. So she comes out and she has this big announcement. Well, this is like during the polar vortex, basically. I think it's like on the tail end of it, and she is doing this presidential announcement, and it is just like pouring snow. There's so much snow; it's everywhere.
Yes.
And her whole head is covered in snow to the point where it's literally stacking up on the top of her head. She has
everybody in the crowd. They're like snow people, snowseers out there in her crowd. It was really fun.
Yeah, and she starts talking about climate change and global warming, in the middle of it. I was like, oh my God, dude, you can't make this stuff up. And anyways, Trump started tweeting. I don't remember what he tweeted, but he tweeted something about that. I was when I saw that, I was like, I'm checking Trump's Twitter. I know he said something about this.
Right. I'd forgotten. I did see it too. I don't remember what he said now, but it was something pretty funny, pretty lulzy. So yeah. All
right. So very quickly, so this is who we have in the field so far. Just as a recap, we've got in order, according to Wikipedia, male first, women second. Cory Booker, Pete Buttigieg, that's a German last name, Buttigieg is actually how you'd pronounce it. Julian Castro, John Delaney, Tulsi Gabbard, Kirsten Gillibrand, Kamala Harris, Amy Klobuchar, and Elizabeth Warren, a.k.a. Pocahontas, a.k.a. Stands with a Beer.
I love Stands with a Beer, dude.
That's the best one, man. I wish Trump would pick up on that.
I know he will. I mean, he listen. We know he listens to HSP, so he'll pick up on it here pretty soon. So yeah. Yeah, man. So the plot thickens, dear listener. I mean, the list is getting long. Uncle Bernie has pretty much said that he's going to throw his hat into the ring here pretty soon. I will say, dear listener, Amy Klobuchar was one I personally did not expect, right? I mean, Luke and I have detailed the ones that we have our eyes on. I'm hearing rumors, credible rumors from good sources that Michelle Obama is going to jump in.
Joe Biden as well.
Joe Biden's going to jump in. Bernie's going to jump in. Hillary's going to jump in. These are people that Luke and I kind of called from the very beginning before it was ever even election season, which it's truly not election season yet. Everybody's just trying to get into the race quickly at this point in time. But Amy Klobuchar was one I did not expect. I did not see that one coming. And so I am going to suggest, dear listener, that there may be some other surprises going forward from candidates jumping into the ring. So to the point that this could end up being a much longer list than any of us anticipated, 30-something. You know what I mean?
I think some of these will get kicked to the B team.
I do too. Mm-hmm.
Because I look at this, I don't see any strong candidates, to be honest with you, Russ. I don't see any strong candidates on this list.
Yeah, I would agree.
There are no heavy hitters here.
Yeah, I would
agree. Of course, the mainstream media will change that quick, fast, and in a hurry once they decide to run with somebody.
Right. Which they will. They will do this. They will meme somebody into reality, into a credible political threat to Donald Trump. This will happen, and they're going to throw all in for whatever candidate it is that that the blob, including the media, decides to land upon. Be entertaining to see, dear listener. We'll stay up on top of it, and we'll let you know as this develops. But man, I'm kind of now expecting more surprises after Amy Klobuchar. Personally, I'm expecting more surprises.
Yeah, I think these Joe Biden, the Hillary, I think these people are kind of just keeping their cards close to their chest right now and just waiting to see how these things play out. And the way it's playing out, I think you'll start seeing some hands being played soon.
Yeah, I would agree. Now, dear listener, even though we have all these candidates jumping into the ring, there is one thing that I want to put out there, and I want to put it firmly in your mind, and I want you talking to your friends and families and people that you love about this, okay? Now, even though the primaries are starting to gear up, we are starting to see candidates jump into the ring. They're starting to throw themselves, these kind of cuck rallies and stuff like that, which Amy Klobuchar's was one of. I want to caution everybody in the commentariat on the right wing. I want to caution you, dear listener. I want to keep Luke and myself in check about using the term election season for this reason, okay? RBG is in incredibly poor health right now. She apparently did go up to the Supreme Court at one point in time this week, but her health is not doing well at all, okay? We do not want to get into a situation of where she unfortunately passes, has to resign because she can't execute her duties, and that they invoke the Biden rule in the Senate in terms of not allowing the Senate to vote on Trump's candidate for the Supreme Court for the replacement for RBG because it's an election season, right?
That's a good call. I hadn't even thought about that.
Yep. So let's be really careful, dear listener, about how we talk about this. It's not election season yet, right? Quite frankly, dear listener, it's not election season until Trump starts throwing rallies, as far as I'm concerned, right?
Yeah, dude, that's totally true. It's not election season until Russ and I are live streaming on YouTube, getting comfy watching Trump rallies.
That's right,
and dear listeners joining us. Then it'll be election season.
Yes. But let's, dear listener, this is very serious. Let's not cuck ourselves on this opportunity that could be presenting itself with RBG and a new Supreme Court nomination. Let's be very careful about this. And so, everybody at Fox News, Rush, looking at you. Let's don't jump the gun on calling it election season yet. So, yeah.
Just let the memes roll in. Have some fun. Yeah, election season will come in due course.
That's right, man. I can't wait though, man.
Oh, dude, I can't wait either. It's going to be so much fun. All right, let's move on, dude. We need to make it to break soon.
Let's do it.
We have this last thing. I'll hit this super fast. So, dear listener, there was this parade last Sunday in Italy, and it's like a giant, I guess these people, they make these huge figures. They're like 3 or 4 stories tall or something. Well,
yeah, it's like the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade, right?
Yeah.
It's that type of thing. Yeah.
And it's supposed to be satirical. It's like these giant sort of moving paper mache statues and whatnot are supposed to be satirical, except so these guys, so there's this meme on just all over online. It's been around since Trump started running. It comes from the internet culture of Trump. Like they'll Photoshop Trump's face onto like a video game character. And this one was, do you remember the video game, Russ? I don't remember. I don't really play video.
No, I don't.
I played one
unfortunately.
video game. It's old.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember, but it's just sort of one of these like Metroid looking characters where they have these like giant metal boots and whatnot and a huge sword, and it's just so supposed to be this like very superfluous looking powerful figure, and they would Photoshop Trump's face onto it, and so anyways, these guys, these people like built this life-size, way bigger, like 3 or 4 story tall version of that looked awesome.
It did, man.
I was like, dude, that is sick. And like it moved, the head moves, the body moves, like the eyes would move. It was super creepy and it was hilarious. And it was so funny because it was supposed to be satirical, but everybody was like, that is awesome. They were like, dude, check this out. It went all over Twitter. It was on Poll. It was on everywhere. It was so good. I was like, I sent it to Russ. I was like, dude, this is so awesome.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. Yeah. And the head on it actually does look quite a bit like Trump, dear listener. It really does.
It really does. Yeah. They did a great job.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah.
I saw this one picture. It was like, it was a side by side of the Trump diaper baby balloon on the left. And then it was this on the right. And it was like the Virgin British versus the Chad Italians.
Oh man, glorious. Yeah. I mean, you probably saw it, dear listener. It made the rounds. Twitter, it was in the mainstream news. It went everywhere. So I guarantee you, dear listener, this is not going to be the last time you see this figure. This figure is going to be coming up again in the memes in the election. Oh man,
dude, I wouldn't be surprised if Trump paid to have that thing brought over here for the rallies or something.
Right. Right. Yeah, I'll buy it from you for $1 million, $2 million, $3 million.
Oh yeah. All right, dude, you want to hit break?
Yeah, let's do it, man. We're running a little bit long, dear listener, but the content is really important this week, so we're hope you're hanging in there with us. We hope you're enjoying it as much as we are putting it down. We're going to take a little bit of break right here. We're going to take about 10 minutes of our own time. A little bit more than 10 seconds. I kind of misspoke last time, dear listener, because we are going to play some audio for you while we're at break. Luke and I are very much enjoying this. It feels like we've been live the whole time, dear listener. This is not going to be post-produced very much at all. We're recording in one consistent strip, and we are going to play some audio for you while we're on break. We're going to play the Trump press conference for you. So give us about 10 minutes of our time, 10 minutes real time for you this time, dear listener. We'll be back at you before you know it. Here comes the president.
Thank you very much, everybody. Before we begin, I'd like to just say that we have a large team of very talented people in China. We've had a negotiation going on for about 2 days. It's going extremely well. Who knows what that means, because it only matters if we get it done, but we're very much working very closely with China and President Xi, who I respect a lot. Very good relationship that we have. And we're a lot closer than we ever were in this country with having a real trade deal. We're covering everything, all of the points that people have been talking about for years that said couldn't be done, whether it was theft or anything. The unfairness. We've been losing, on average, $375 billion a year with China. A lot of people think it's $506 billion. Some people think it's much more than that. We're going to be leveling the playing field. The tariffs are hurting China very badly. They don't want them, and frankly, if we can make the deal, it'd be my honor to remove them. But otherwise, we're having many billions of dollars pouring into our treasury. We've never had that before with China. It's been very much of a one-way street. So that's happening, and the relationship with China is very good. But I think they finally respect our country. They haven't respected us for a long time. Not for a long time. The UK and the US, as you probably have been seeing and hearing, we're agreeing to go forward and preserve our trade agreement. You know all of the situation with respect to Brexit and the complexity and the problems, but we have a very good trading relationship with UK, and that's just been strengthened further. So with the UK, we're continuing our trade, and we are going to actually be increasing it very substantially as time goes by. We expect that the UK will be very, very substantially increased as it relates to trade with the United States. The relationship there also is very good. We have a lot of great announcements having to do with Syria and our success with the eradication of the caliphate, and that'll be announced over the next 24 hours, and many other things. A lot of positive things are going on. We're working on a summit, and you know all about the summit. It'll be in Vietnam, Hanoi, and we'll be meeting in Hanoi. I think a lot of you will be going, I suspect. And I hope we have the same good luck as we had in the first summit. A lot was done in the first summit. No more rockets going up, no more missiles going up, no more testing of nuclear. Get back our remains, the remains of our great heroes from the Korean War. And we got back our hostages. But we hope we're going to be very much equally as successful. I'm in no rush for speed. We just don't want testing. The sanctions, as you know, remain. Everything is remaining. China's been helping us, and Russia's been helping us. And South Korea, I think you can say, has been, we've been working very closely with South Korea, with Japan. But China, Russia on the border have really been at least partially living up to what they're supposed to be doing, and that's okay, as per the United Nations. So we will have a meeting on the 27th and 28th of February, and I think that will be a very successful one. I look forward to seeing Chairman Kim. We have also established a very good relationship, which has never happened between him or his family and the United States. They have really taken advantage of the United States. Billions of dollars has been paid to them. And we won't let that happen, but we think that North Korea and Chairman Kim have a tremendous potential as an economic force, economic power. Their location between South Korea and then Russia and China, right smack in the middle, is phenomenal. And we think they have a great chance for tremendous economic prosperity in the future. So I look forward to seeing Chairman Kim in Vietnam. Today I'm announcing several critical actions that my administration is taking to confront a problem that we have right here at home. We fight wars that are 6,000 miles away, wars that we should have never been in many cases, but we don't control our own border. So we're going to confront the national security crisis on our southern border, and we're going to do it one way or the other. We have to do it. Not because it was a campaign promise, which it is. It was one of many, by the way, not my only one. We're rebuilding the military. Our economy is thriving like never before. You look at other economies. They're doing terribly, and we're doing phenomenally. The market is up tremendously today. Not that that's anything, but, because I'll go back in and they'll say, oh, the market just went down. But the market is getting close to the new highs that we created. We have all the records. We have every record, but we're getting close to that point again where we'll create new records. So our country is doing very well economically, and we've done a lot. But one of the things I said I have to do and I want to do is border security, because we have tremendous amounts of drugs flowing into our country, much of it coming from the southern border. When you look and when you listen to politicians, in particular certain Democrats, they say it all comes through the port of entry. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's just a lie. It's all a lie. They say walls don't work. Walls work 100%. Whether it's El Paso, I really was smiling because the other night I was in El Paso. We had a tremendous crowd. And I asked the people, many of whom were from El Paso, but they came from all over Texas. And I asked them, I said, let me ask you, as a crowd, when the wall went up, was it better? You were there, some of you. It was not only better, it was like 100% better. You know what they did. But that's only one example. There are so many examples. In El Paso, they have close to 2,000 murders right on the other side of the wall. And they had 23 murders. It's a lot of murders. But it's not close to 2,000 murders, right on the other side of the wall in Mexico. So everyone knows that walls work. And there are better examples than El Paso, frankly. You just take a look almost everywhere. Take a look at Israel. They're building another wall. Their wall is 99.9% effective, they told me. 99.9%. That's what it would be with us, too. The only weakness is they go to a wall and then they go around the wall. They go around the wall and in. Okay? That's what it is. Very simple. And a big majority of the big drugs, the big drug loads, don't go through ports of entry. They can't go through ports of entry. You can't take big loads because you have people. We have some very capable people, the Border Patrol, law enforcement, looking. You can't take human traffic, women and girls. You can't take them through ports of entry. You can't have them tied up in the back seat of a car or a truck or a van. They open the door. They look. They can't see three women with tape in their mouth or three women whose hands are tied. They go through areas where you have no wall. Everybody knows that. Nancy knows it. Chuck knows it. They all know it. It's all a big lie. It's a big con game. You don't have to be very smart to know. You put up a barrier, the people come in, and that's it. They can't do anything unless they walk left or right, and they find an area where there's no barrier, and they come into the United States. Welcome. We've detained more people. Our border agents are doing such incredible work. Our military has been incredible. We put up barbed wire on top of certain old walls that were there. We fixed the wall and we loaded up with barbed wire. It's very successful. But our military has been fantastic, and I want to thank them. And it's very necessary. We've broken up 2 caravans that are on their way. They just are breaking. They're in the process of breaking up. We have another one that we haven't been able to break up yet. We've been actually working with Mexico much better than ever before. I want to thank the president. I want to thank Mexico. They have their own problems. They have the largest number of murders that they've ever had in their history. Almost 40,000 murders. 40,000. And they got to straighten that out, and I think they will. But I just want to thank the president because he's been helping us with these monstrous caravans that have been coming up. We had one that was up to over 15,000 people. It's largely broken up. Others have gotten through. And in Tijuana, you have a lot of people staying there. If we didn't have the wall up and if we didn't have the wall secured and strengthened, they would have walked right through. They'd be welcome to the United States. One of the things we'd save just a tremendous amount on would be sending the military. If we had a wall, we don't need the military because we'd have a wall. So I'm going to be signing a national emergency. And it's been signed many times before. It's been signed by other presidents. From 1977 or so, it gave the presidents the power. There's rarely been a problem. They sign it. Nobody cares. I guess they weren't very exciting. But nobody cares. They sign it for far less important things in some cases, in many cases. We're talking about an invasion of our country with drugs, with human traffickers, with all types of criminals and gangs. We have some of the greatest people I know. They've been with me from the beginning of my campaign, almost from the first week, the angel moms. Unfortunately, we have new angel moms. One incredible woman just showed me her daughter who we're talking about killed in the year of 18. I said, I haven't seen you before. She said, no, I'm new. I said, that's too bad. It's too bad. It's so sad. Stand up just for a second. Show how beautiful your girl was. Thank you. I have such respect for these people. Angel moms, angel dads, angel families. I have great respect for these people. These are great people. These are great people. They're fighting for their children that have been killed by people that were illegally in this country. And the press doesn't cover them. They don't want to, incredibly. And they're not treated the way they should be. They're fighting for other people because they don't want what happened to their children or husband or anybody. We have one young lady whose husband, please stand up. Your husband was just killed in Maryland. Incredible man, just killed.
All right, dear listener, let's go ahead and jump back in the saddle on this one. This is a very powerful moment in this press conference right now, just to describe to you the visuals of what's going on. The president is calling out angel moms here and there and having them stand up and show photos of their deceased loved ones. Very powerful moment here in the Rose Garden. I thought the president knocked it out on the press conference. I mean, apart from the obvious that Luke and I talked about earlier, there's some obvious fail here going on, But what are your thoughts about what we've heard so far, Luke?
Yeah, I watched it in real time. Actually, I don't remember if I watched it in real time or later. But yeah, I mean, about the journalists, it's just really amazing how they, it's like they have these angel moms on, and these journalists are sitting, especially Acoster is sitting.
Oh yeah, boy,
right next to them. I mean, so close that he could accost them if he wanted to. That's how close they were together. And as soon as they finish talking, he just stands up and he's like, yeah, so blah, 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 going on. It's like, dude, I don't know, man. You've got to be like next level cold hearted to be able to like hear that, sit next to them, and then stand up and then say what you're going to say when we all know what Acosta is going to say about it. So,
yeah. There was numerous feedback in the Q&A, and Luke and I debated playing the Q&A instead of playing the speech, but we thought the speech was so moving that we went ahead and just took it from the top. There was some fireworks from Jim Acosta, and basically what he did is, Mr. President, we have all this data, that is suggesting that there is no crisis going on at the border, and yet you use all these doctored numbers trying to present a fake case for a state of emergency. And is it possible that you're just kind of cooking the numbers here, and that you're kind of telling the American people, you know what he's going to say? And Trump was just like, ask them, bro. Ask them. Ask these angel moms. Absolutely smoked him.
Yeah, dude, totally. Yeah, Trump seemed particularly frustrated and upset and angry during that Q&A.
Yeah, he did.
Maybe it was because this is the third time that they've gotten him.
I think that this is why there was no cameras allowed in the Oval Office when he signed the spending bill into effect. He didn't even have cameras in the room, I think, when he signed the Declaration of Emergency, or at least none that I saw whatsoever. He seemed very somber. And, dear listener, it was very moving to me personally because it really affirmed to me that this isn't just a campaign promise, as the president detailed. This is something that he is very passionate about because he cares about the American people, and he cares about these people that have lost family members to illegals. He truly cares, right? He's not some, billionaire heartless playboy. He really is doing what he thinks is best for our country. And I was moved by it, man. Yeah. I really was. These poor women, man. I mean, God, it was heart-wrenching, man. Heart-wrenching.
Yeah.
All right, I had it in my bottom of the stack. There was one other thing I wanted to mention. There was somebody, I can't remember what news outlet she was from, and I had the audio queued up. We're not going to play it, but basically what she did was stood up and said, Mr. President, well, she asked two questions. She was like, can you let us know to the extent which, right-wing commentariat is informing your policy? Like how much advice are you taking from Rush Limbaugh and Sean Hannity and all this kind of stuff? And the president got really kind of exasperated about it. And this is something that Rush has been talking about his show for a couple of weeks now, that the left on CNN, on the MSNBC, seem to be memeing into reality that really Rush Limbaugh is the president here. It's not President Trump. President Trump just does whatever Limbaugh says. And so Trump gave kind of an answer to this effect of like, listen, that's the greatest broadcaster of all time. He's got a huge audience. He has a bigger audience than I ever had. He's listened to all around the world. Sean Hannity does great work. He's also very popular. Laura Ingraham has been great. Tucker Carlson has been great. But I make the policies. They report them. Boom. Smoked. Absolutely smoked.
Yeah, totally.
And so but dear listener, quite honestly, do you expect CNN to stop this talking point about Rush Limbaugh is the real president of the United States? Oh, Donald Trump has to go, get approval from Rush Limbaugh before he does anything. You think they're going to stop? No, they're not.
Ridiculous. ridiculous. Yeah.
It is ridiculous. And there was one other thing that he did mention, Ann Coulter, who is a big critic of the president right now, dear listener, and she called him an idiot yesterday. She just flat out called him an idiot. And he mentioned her. He was like, I don't know her, which is factually incorrect. We know that they got into a cussing match shortly after Trump was inaugurated right there in the Oval Office, shouting at each other back and forth. So he definitely knows her. And he said, I don't know her. Well, I know her. He was like, and Ann Coulter, she's great. She's a little bit off the reservation right now.
That's funny.
Yeah, so this did happen in the Q&A as well, dear listener. It's a great speech. It's a great Q&A. And then Trump just kind of mic drops at the end of it and walks back into the office and goes and signs the state of emergency and signs the spending bill. So watch it for yourself, dear listener. It's pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff. That's why we decided to play it for you. We're trying a little bit of a different approach to this show. Well, we didn't want to grab bag special Ted Cruz. We didn't want to grab bag special this because it's simply too sobering and sad. But we wanted to play the audio for you anyway, just to make sure that you had a chance to hear some of it, because this was big stuff. Yeah,
I mean, something we've always wanted to do is play audio on the breaks. We don't want to have this music come in and just play break music, So this is something we've always wanted to do, and then we're trying it out. If you like it, send us feedback. If you don't like it, then send us feedback. So,
absolutely, by all means, please, dear listener.
Yeah, for sure. But all right, so let's get into the feedback. Russ, do you want to
let's ride, man.
Yeah, do you want to do yours first?
Sure.
How much feedback do you have?
I actually got a lot of feedback. A lot of it was overwhelmingly positive. And so, dear listener, thank you so much. Really, really, really appreciate it. I'm glad that you enjoyed number 26. Luke and I certainly enjoyed it. A lot of dear listeners commented on the sound quality that we had this time. So, we're glad that you noticed it. There is a dear listener that we have that Luke and I privately between ourselves call Vicarious Dear Listener, because she never comments to us directly, but she goes to our dearest listener who brings the comments from her to us. This Vicarious Dear Listener did not notice the change in audio quality. Hopefully we did it right this week, Vicarious Dear Listener, and you'll notice a difference. Luke and I certainly do. We kind of leveled up on audio production quality last week. So, dear listeners who gave me feedback to that effect, who are close to me, thank you very much, and thank you for listening, and thank you for noticing. Now, there are a couple of feedbacks that I'm going to mention in particular. Luke, I got +2. No, I'm sorry, that is now +3 for Green New Death. Nothing for Green Death deal. So on my column, I'm +3 for Green New Death, including dearest listener likes Green New Death. Yeah.
Okay.
You got any feedback to that effect? Yeah. So Green New Death that's where I'm at. I'm at +3 in that column, just in my own personal feedback.
Yeah, I didn't get any feedback on that, so we can go with Green New Death. That's fine.
Okay, Green New Death it is.
I've actually been calling that. I've actually kind of on my own arrived that that's the better option.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. We were calling it that on the Friday Night Comfy post last night when we were show prepping, the pre-Friday Night Comfy post. So yeah, it rolls off the tongue. It's nice. Now I got some dear listener feedback. We have a new dear listener who I love very much. We are very close, have been for a very long time. She is a liberal. She is not on the Trump train whatsoever. But you know what? Welcome, dear listener, nonetheless. We're glad that you're here. We love our liberals. We love our liberals. We really do. And thank you for giving us the consideration. Thank you for giving us your time. Thank you for giving us your attention. She sent some pretty God tier feedback, and that was this. She sent a screenshot of Ocasio-Cortez's tweet about Amazon leaving. I'm going to read the tweet first. The tweet is this. Amazon is paying $0 in taxes on $11+ billion in profit. 0 for schools, $0 for firefighters, $0 for infrastructure, $0 for research and healthcare. Why should corporations that contribute nothing to the pot be in a position to take billions from the public? Okay, and she posted a Fortune magazine article. We've already taken that tweet down earlier in the show, dear listener. No point in relitigating it again. But this new dear listener sent me this feedback. And she says to me, basically, I don't want to say exactly what she said, but she was like, when I see stuff like this, I always wonder what the other side of the argument is. Okay, well, dear listener, refer to earlier in HSP number 27 here what the other side of the argument is. And always listen to HSP We're going to set you straight about this stuff, dear listener, about that. Okay, yeah, there were billions of dollars lost by Amazon leaving New York. That's just the plain straight up truth, right? And for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to roll around and kind of strut like a pigeon about winning an actual battle here is just absurd on its face, right? Now, dear listener at large, I'm going to tell you what I told this particular dear listener, what the other side of the argument is, okay? And I'm just going to kind of paraphrase some of the things that I said to this dear listener. Dear listener at large, trust but verify. Don't ever make an argument without getting two independent sources that are not related to one another. These sources must be based in fact. They must not be based in opinion. So don't ever think something. Don't ever mount an argument to somebody else without two sources, at least two sources. Luke and I always have more than two sources for everything we assert in these hallowed halls of HSP. So that's the advice I would pass along. I would also say, dear listener, over time, as you begin reading articles and you begin thinking about things and you begin tracking down sources, okay, you will find ones that you trust over time. All right. I've got my favorites. Luke has his favorites. My absolute favorite of all time is Glenn Greenwald. He is a liberal, but he always says the truth, and he is my go-to at all times. Favorite journalist of all time. I love the guy to death. I loved his movie Citizen 4. But there are plenty of other people that I like as well. Chuck Ross at the Daily Caller. Love Chuck Ross. I love Amber Athey at the Daily Caller, right? These are people that I've grown to trust over time because they've always called it correctly. And dear listener, this is a way to kind of narrow your search down, right? Find people that you trust over time. The final piece of advice I would give about this is always ask yourself, dear listener, okay, you just took in this argument like from AOC, okay? Ask yourself, what's really going on here, okay? Self, what's really going on? Ask yourself that. Yourself will give you an answer about, okay, you know what? This is what's really going on here. And that first instinct that you have, dear listener, trust it. Always trust yourself, right? Think about these things. Consider them. HSP boys most certainly do. And when you arrive at a conclusion about what really is this about, trust it. And then once you do make that decision, that leap of faith to trust yourself about what an issue really is about, never back down off of that trust, ever. Trust yourself. And that's all I got for listener feedback. What you got, Luke?
Yeah, I mean, if I could give a response to the, she always wonders.
By all means, please. Yes, sir.
Yeah, wonders what the other side of the argument is. Amazon is paying $0 in taxes on $11 billion in profit. Okay, that statement right there, so I'll just give the concrete other side of the argument. That statement right there is patently false.
Yep.
Okay, so there's many different kinds of taxes. So
yep.
We are talking all sorts of taxes. The taxes they pay, when someone works for Amazon, they have to pay for their health care as well.
Right.
They have to pay
There's
payroll
a payroll
taxes.
tax involved.
They have to pay all kinds of taxes. So so this is federal income taxes. That is that is like saying that that's like saying, okay, so you pay $1 billion in taxes and you get out, you don't pay $1 million of that somehow. You find some loophole where $1 million out of that billion you don't pay for. And I don't know what the proportions are, but it doesn't really matter. What's at work here is the principle at play. And so it's you isolate that $1 million and goes, oh, see, they make $11 billion in profit and they pay $0 in taxes. This is the dishonesty here.
Yes.
Because they're paying all kinds of other taxes. Moreover, yes. I don't even recognize that as a valid argument in the first place because they shouldn't be paying any taxes. Nobody should be paying taxes. Taxes, in my mind, should be entirely voluntary. Now, I don't know how Russ feels about this, but that's my stance. I think that taxation should be voluntary. People say, well, how would you fund the government? Well, the same way the church is funded after the tithe was abolished. The church still survives. And when people get pissed off and there's priests running around raping children, they stop giving money to the church. I wish we could do the same for the government.
Absolutely, man. But they have you literally at the point of a gun. You have to give them that money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or you're going downtown. You lose your liberty if you don't.
So Amazon has no moral obligation. Plus the wealth that Amazon has created. It's so insulting that they would be like, oh, they're not paying taxes. The wealth that Amazon has created the world over is worth so much more than whatever taxes they got out of paying. Worth so much more than that.
Yeah.
$0 for schools. Okay, I'm sure they pay property taxes somewhere. $0 for firefighters. Government shouldn't even be providing service. Government was never set up to be a service provider. Firefighters, like the fire department, should be privatized. That is a service that never should have been. Government does not have a role in fighting fires. That is a service that private companies should serve. And same for schools, for that matter. And same for infrastructure, which is the next one. And same for research, and same for healthcare. All of that stuff should be private, like privatized. That is the government. They have one role. This is the original role that the United States was supposed to serve, which is extracting force from society. Everything that Ocasio-Cortez says in this tweet is antithetical to that. So, like, fundamentally, I disagree with literally all of it. And my argument is that nobody should be forced to do anything against their will, and the government's only role is to make sure that that's the case. And that was the original role of the government. And they've gone so far from that you have a congresswoman tweeting something out, and then nobody even really knows how to interpret that. So, I don't know. Does that concretely give the other side of the argument, Russ?
Yeah, it does. It very well argued, by the way. Now, dear listener, there were some things that Luke just said that I slightly disagree with, right? We're not going to get into the weeds about it right now, but like I do disagree with a couple of things. And I do find it rather egregious the way that Amazon always avoids paying taxes, right? Because they virtue signal for all of this spending, right? Jeff Bezos, who owns Amazon, started Amazon rather, it's a publicly owned company now, is an absolute dyed-in-the-wool leftist, right? So my comment to this new dear listener, was like, man, you know what? I hate AOC. I hate Jeff Bezos. I'm poolside for this. Let them hoes fight. Let them fight.
Yeah.
I don't care.
I mean, okay, so it's one thing. I mean, it's one thing to stand by your principles in terms of taxation. It's another thing to, sure, we can call Bezos contradictory. That doesn't take the wind out of my sails.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah,
I mean, you can recognize him for being contradictory and
Yeah.
unprincipled, and that has no impact on my argument at all.
Yep. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, that's absolutely fair enough. So, yeah. I just find it, a little bit ironic. It is kind of incredible that they do get away with, not paying taxes. It's kind of incredible.
Yeah,
but
here's an
but I agree with the principle that you shouldn't have to pay taxes.
Yeah,
Don't get me wrong.
Like here's a great example of the contradictory nature of Bezos. When Bezos is running around talking about, $15 minimum wage, I'm going to pay that $15 minimum wage. That's what I'm all about. The reason mark my words, dear listener who sent this feedback, the reason he is saying this is because he has the money to invest in automation in his warehouses so he can lay all these people off that he can't afford to pay $15 an hour. And guess who doesn't have the money to do that? All the people competing against him. So he's going to put all these other people out of business. And Amazon, they've gone and lobbied Washington to get this legislated in the name of $15 an hour because he knows he can't do it. But if he can go to Washington, influence some politicians, and then say, hey, look, see, we're leading the way. We're paying everybody $15 an hour. See, it can get done. I'll even take a loss for it. Look how moral we are. Everybody should be forced to do this. And he gets this legislation passed through lobbying. And then they pass this legislation saying like, everybody in the shipping industry should be making this amount of money. They put all these other businesses out of business. And then they just say, okay, they take it over. Then they lay everybody off and automate the jobs. Mark my words. That is what he is doing here. So like, there's so much more going on behind the scenes that you don't realize. And you should be suspect anytime you see something like this going on. So yes, Bezos is totally contradictory.
Well said, man.
He's totally contradictory in his own values. That has no appraisal upon our arguments at all. And the other side of the coin from Ocasio-Cortez is just simply that paying $0 in taxes on it, great. I don't care. Literally don't care. And all the other stuff that she's arguing about should be privatized anyway. So it just, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, man, I pretty much agree with most of what you said. I mean, $0 for schools, great. I don't believe in public education. I think it should be shut down. Firefighters, this changes a little bit, Luke, because of property issues. This is about the only thing I disagreed with your excellently argued point about, because firefighters have a duty to protect other people's property, and they also intrude on people's property. So I'm not sure that should be privatized. When they're putting out a fire.
Well,
it's just one of these things I've never been able to get straight about firefighters, police, court systems, this type of thing.
Let me unpack this a little bit. So, the reason that firefighting should be privatized as opposed to, for example, police, is because what you are dealing with is social. It's the difference between social and
that's a fair point.
And non-social.
Yeah.
So
that's a fair point.
The point of rights, right? Like rights are the connective tissue between morality and politics. That's what rights are. And it is to protect people from one another, right? So that is the point of police, is to extract force from society and protect people from one another. Firefighting is not that.
Should be the purpose.
Right, yeah. Firefighting is not that. Firefighting is there to put out a fire. So it's not to protect your property from other people. It's to put out a fire. And that is a service that is to be rendered, not a right that is to, you don't have a right for your property to not be burned down, for example. Now you have a right from other, like if somebody else is being negligent, then you can sue them. But like, if your oven catches on fire and burns your house down, you can't sue somebody for that. You can't, nobody can be arrested for that. Right. Nobody's rights were infringed there.
I'm not sure about that, Luke. I think actually you could. I think you could. I think that you would be liable for damages. I think you would.
Well, if like the oven was like defected or something, and it was like negligence on the part of the company who sold it to you, then yeah, sure.
Yeah,
like,
fair enough.
Then you could sue for that. But like, if you leave the oven on overnight or something because you forget to turn it off and it burns your house down, nobody's rights were violated there.
Right.
Now, if it
burns somebody else's house down,
if it burns somebody else's house down, now that's a different story. Then yeah, you could sue for something like
that's
that.
What I mean.
But this is the purpose of litigation in courts. This is why we have courts. Right. This still does not involve the firefighters, right?
Right.
Putting the fire out is a service rendered. That's not a rights issue. The rights comes into court and it comes into police. It does not come into firefighters. And the second,
I think it's a really good argument.
The second thing I'll mention is that my parents' land caught on fire. About a third of our land burned. And guess what? You don't have fire department out there. I mean, this is this is volunteer firefighters, and it took 3 volunteer fire departments to put our land, the fire on our land out. And my parents donated some money. It was entirely, so this is like not taxed. It's not provided for. It's entirely voluntary. It's just the county coming together and some people volunteering, and then my parents wrote a check for them for a few $1,000 and filled up their water tanks and filled up their gas tanks and wrote them a check for a few $1,000 in return. So this is how. So Go ahead.
Yeah. Very, very, very well argued, man. And I'm just going to have to think about it. It's one of those things that I've just never landed on. I totally mostly agree with you. And to your point, now, dear listener, this is an absolute fact. Firefighting used to be entirely privatized, right? That used to be private industry. That was not government stuff. Fire departments existed, yes, in cities like New York and such, but they were private companies. Firefighting as a social institution has not been around that long. Like, what would you say? I don't know, so I probably shouldn't say, right?
Well,
but it has not always been the case. We just take for granted now that the industry firefighting is a government.
It was actually
service.
Pioneered in San Francisco. Firefighting as we know it today was pioneered in San Francisco because they were building all of their houses out of redwood, and like some bandits would roll up into San Francisco or some gang or something, and they just burn the whole city down. San Francisco, as a city, burned down like 3 or 4 times in the mid 1800s. Because they would just light the city on fire. So San Francisco, like by the mid to late 1800s, actually evolved like a very sophisticated firefighting infrastructure, all completely privatized.
Yeah, that's right.
So
that's right.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that government should be doing is the only thing they should be worried about is anything that is in the name of extracting force or coercion from society. And when you're talking about a fire spreading from one house to the other, that is a matter of of property rights and this sort of thing, and that is a matter of courts of upholding rule of law. But firefighting as such is just a service rendered. That's it. Now, I'm not saying that it's not important. I'm not trying to like put the firefighting industry down or something. You know, I'm saying it's not important. I'm just saying it's a service. It's not a rights-based industry.
Yeah, on this we agree. Yeah, on this we agree. I don't know, man. You know, I'll think about it. So,
all right.
Yeah.
Is that all for your feedback?
Yeah. Well, there was actually a lot more, but that's all I'm going to mention as we stand right now.
Okay, cool, man. Yeah, I'll try to zoom through this one, but man, I've got a lot on this one. Okay, so Russ, I'm just gonna roll through this. But it's gonna take me a minute, so you have to give me a minute, okay? Probably gonna be like 10 or 15 minute monologue here, if that's all right. So I got a piece of feedback from Dave in Texas. And he said, here's an interesting question for the HSP boys. I'm sorry. And you should have gotten this email. Oh, no. He sent it to me, not through email. So I don't know if you've gotten this, Russ, from Dave.
I have not. I have not heard this.
Okay. Well, then I'll read the question. You can pontificate it while I give my response and pontificate about it. And while I give my response. And then if you have something to say, bring it. So here's an interesting question for the HSP boys. Has humanity's behavior gotten any better in the last 2,000 years? Okay. So here's my answer, and this is long-winded. It's going to take me several minutes to get through this. And dear listener, I'm going to post this as a blog because I wrote so much about it. I'm going to make this a blog post. Maybe I can try to sum this up as quickly as possible. So, because it's probably about 1,000 words. The timeline. Okay, so the timeline you offered was in the last 2,000 years. I don't know what the subtext of that is. It's coincidental that goes back to when Christ was born. I don't know why it's this particular time frame you're offering up. I'm not going to project an assumption onto the question given the time frame. So I'm just going to do my best to answer it as if the choice to isolate the last 2,000 years in particular is arbitrary. So, on the whole, yes. If we're looking for why, so on the whole, yes, behavior's gotten better. If we're looking for why and who to thank, then I would look to the Greeks, even the pre-Socratics, including Thales, who's generally accepted as the first of the Greek philosophers. The reason is that the Greeks were the first philosophers, and there were some philosophers in the Orient, Eastern philosophers that were before the Greeks, but it was the Greeks who were the ones who tried to understand the natural world around us, then tried to explain it. So Thales, who was the first known Greek philosopher, he was trying to find the stuff of stuffs. He was trying to find the thing that unifies everything. And he thought it was water. He was wrong, but he thought it was water. And later, another guy named Heraclitus thought it was change. And just everything was just changing. So, they iterated through this until, finally Aristotle, in my opinion, he was the most brilliant of them, came up with his theories. But the point of this is that the Greek philosophers really created science as we know it today, which is the attempt to understand the natural world. Now, that being said, that was 2,200 years ago, and your time parameters were 2,000. So that's outside of your time parameters. But in as much as we have good behavior, quote unquote, for humans today, I would look to the Greeks and the other philosophers that came later, the Enlightenment philosophers such as Locke. Now, that's a general answer. Let's break apart some premises of this question and why it's not really possible to give a meaningful answer given the question and what it is. So this question assumes a collectivist understanding of humanity in that humanity as a concept behaves. Russ, you and I have talked about this actually in previous episodes, that the concept of a group doesn't actually exist. It's just a collection of individuals, and that group is just a mental abstraction that we use to group them together, right? And we know that this is not true, that humanity behaves. There is no humanity to behave. It's just individuals. So that is to say, humanity is not a physical unit. Humanity does not exist concretely as a single unit which is capable of behavior. Only individuals behave, and because behavior requires consciousness to do so, and consciousness exists only at the individual level, we know that it's individuals that we are talking about. So when you ask about behavior, you are necessarily only asking about individual behavior, which brings me to the next premise. The question assumes a sort of moral code, and I had to think about this a lot, actually. It assumes a sort of moral code which exists outside the individual. So the question is not is the behavior improving? The question is really asking whether this behavior corresponds to that moral code which is outside the individual. So this is the same way in which, for example, one parent would ask the other parent whether their child's behavior in accordance with the parent's rules has improved. So it's as if a moral code exists as defined by someone else, and your behavior is good or bad as to whether it corresponds with that moral code. Now, because you asked about the entirety of humanity and behavior of the individuals over the last 2,000 years, it's impossible for me to give a meaningful answer other than, well, some of us have cool stuff today, and some of us are living better than other human beings ever have in existence by a long shot, even going so far as to travel to our planet's polar extremes as a recreational activity. Then somebody must have been behaving well in the past at some point, and I must behave well so I can trade with those people and reap the benefits of that trade. But the problem is there's so many people divided by natural geographies, time, so on. Everything's constantly changing. You can't really answer that. So finally, I'll end with this. The real problem with this question is that we have to ask, behavior in accordance with what? What is the standard of good in this context? In other words, what is the standard of good behavior? To whom and for what purpose? To what end should one's behavior serve? To me, the correct behavior is behavior which is in accordance with reality. If you do not behave in accordance with reality and the implications that that has upon your life, your happiness, and your values, then all is lost. I would assert that a better question which would still fall in your 2,000-year time frame would be, why has humanity behaved? Yeah, this is like something I really want to drive home. Okay, so you gave a 2,000-year time frame. Why has humanity behaved so much better in the last 200 years than in the last prior 1,800 years? And I would argue that thanks to the Greeks, thanks to the Enlightenment, the United States was born. And for the first time in human history, large populations were free to behave in accordance with reality and as a follow-up with their own ends as their moral purpose. So by this I mean activities such as heralding the king at the town square, exalting the king at the town square, worshiping at the church, taking part in tribal ceremonies. Those are not productive activities. At some point, reality demands that you go out and plow the field or you're going to starve to death. In other words, it doesn't mean that those other activities, like going to church and things, are necessarily bad. That's not what I'm saying. It's just that reality is the arbiter of your existence. And your decision to behave in accordance with that is the extent to which you will survive and hopefully flourish. And what happened in the United States was born is that the individual was for the first time allowed to decide for themselves how rigorously and to what extent they would behave in accordance with reality. So yeah, I think the question, we don't need 2,000 years. We only need 200 years. That's the answer to that question.
Man, well said. Yeah. Excuse me. I 100% agree with everything you just said. I'm a little bit in the weeds on this one because it just got sprung on me. So, Dave in Texas, please forgive me if I'm a little bit, ill-acute about
this.
That's
actually my fault. He sent this to me in a private communication channel, and I didn't even think about sending it to you in advance because he usually sends it to us over email. So that's my fault.
Right.
I apologize.
Yeah, no worries. But I think that first of all, this is a fantastic question. And I agree with everything that Luke just said, other than with the exception of the United States, I would probably argue that has humanity's behavior improved in the last 2,000 years? No, I would say definitely not. And this is the only point of contention that Luke and I would have, because murder has always existed. Rape has always existed. Theft has always existed, right? Now, I think what's important about Luke's argument, though, is behavior in according to what? And now, even predating, the Greeks, there was the Code of Hammurabi in Babylon times, about 1700 BC, I would say, something like that. It was a code of behavior and law, right? that you behave in accordance to this code. There have been the 10 Commandments.
Yeah.
There's been
That
the
was the
Buddhist
eye for
Eightfold
eye
Path. Yeah. And so, it is really about behavior in accordance to what? I mean, when you're talking about Attila the Hun, for example, they were rapers, pillagers, and murderers, right? That was virtuous under that moral system to behave exactly the way that they did.
Yeah, if
right?
you're talking about Nazi Germany, it's behavior in accordance with the Aryan race and the Führer. It's actually behavior in accordance with the Führer, right? So there were lots of Nazis who were very well behaved.
Right.
And so you have to
according to their code.
Yes, exactly. So behavior in accordance with what is really the hang up in all of this. You're totally right, Russ.
Yeah, so that's about all I got on it. But thank you for the question, Dave in Texas. That's fascinating. That's a great question. It really got my almonds roasting. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Dave in Texas delivers the goods, man. I always love responding to it. It's I think I'm going to start a blog series just called Dave in Texas, and because I have all this stuff. I always write it out, and I almost feel like a fraud because sometimes I'm reading what I wrote, and I try to go off script so it's spontaneous, but I mean, I still come up with it. I mean, I write it myself, but
sure.
I try to go off script, but sometimes I'm just reading what I wrote on the show.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to listen to this. They're going to go read the post, and then they're going to be like, "This literally is the same thing." Yeah, but
I just have to say I'm blown away by the question. Great question. Thank you, sir. And Luke, very well argued, man. Very well argued. Yeah.
And what you said about there's certain people getting murdered then, there's people getting murdered now, and blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's the difficulty in the question when you ask such a broad question. It's
yes.
I mean, Central Africa, they're behaving literally the same way they have since ever. You know what I mean? So what part of the world? What time
period?
Under what political? I mean, there's just way too much context to process. So I tried to narrow it down to what I thought he was referring to, which was really just the West.
I think so too. I think that's what he means.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So.
Yeah,
I'll be interested if he sends a follow-up. Dave in Texas, send me a follow-up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let me know what you thought of that.
Yeah, bring it, Dave in Texas. By all means, please drop us an email. And thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, and dear listener, I'm going to post this. I need to clean it up a little bit. I mean, I kind of just hammered this all out over the course of about an hour and just organize some thoughts and drew some conclusions. So I need to clean this up a little bit, but I'll post it. So if you want to if you want a chance to read and process everything that I just said, it's not verbatim. I skipped over some stuff and paraphrased some things, and I might even add some more in, but I'll put it up on a post on the website sometime this week, if not tomorrow, then Monday, and you can go read it there. So
finally, some written content on the website. Way to go, Luke.
Finally, dude.
Thanks, man. Finally, you step up, man. When none of these deer laid off people have stepped up and helped us out, man. I appreciate it.
Maybe there's a reason they're laid off.
Maybe.
Yeah, I know. Dear listener, I've got probably 60 posts. I could do a post a week. We have infinite content because I have such a huge backlog of blog posts, many of them half written, some of them just ideas that it's so long and I add so many each week that it's an infinite writing backlog. It's just never ending.
Yeah, same here. Back in the early days of blogging, I may or may not have had a blog back in those days, can neither confirm nor deny. But I used to write a lot. Unfortunately, my time is really constrained right now, and I don't write nearly as much as I used to. The extent of the writing that I do is in show prep for HSP because I simply don't have the time. But I have a pretty huge backlog as well, Luke, and unfinished blog entries, finished blog entries. I used to journal a lot and write my little missives in journal format and stuff. And yeah, I mean, maybe I'll dust those off, bring them out someday. I don't know.
Yeah, dude. Robert did.
Time willing.
Robert and I did a bunch of writing back in the day.
Yeah, you did. I remember that, and that was really good stuff. It was really good stuff. So yeah,
don't know if we'll post any of that, but who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, it's nothing edgy or anything, but
no, it's not at all, man. Yeah. So yeah, Robert is a fantastic writer. I mean, he kind of, does it for a living pretty much. He's a really good writer, and so is Luke. So yeah. And that is the next frontier for us, dear listener. We promise it's written content. We want to be a content portal for the written form as well as for the audio form. And maybe someday we'll actually get into video as well. I mean, Luke and I have great interest in it, but baby steps, dear listener. We got to build this house brick by brick. But that's what our eye is on right now in the short term is written content. Faux show.
Indeed.
So, all right, let's ride, man.
Let's ride. We got grab bag special now, brother.
Yeah, we grab bag special now, boy. I'm looking forward to this, man. Oh, this one is going to trigger Luke. So this is going to be good, dear listener. I mean, Luke, you want to bring us in about what this is all about? I love it, man. We've been waiting forever for this.
It's a 3-part video. The third part is with Michael Medved, and he talks to it says in the description, his fellow talk show host and podcaster, Michael Medved. Topics raised include Amazon abandoning New York City, blackface, and anti-Semitic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. So this should be interesting. What timestamp are we at for this, Russ?
That's a good question. We are right around. I might be off, dear listener, but we're at about 1:04 and 41 seconds, and I think that's about where it comes in, right about that time. And we're probably going to blast a little bit into the future. Like, for example, I did just spot check it really quickly. I know that at 1:08 that we are hearing the audio of Medved at that point in time. So we're pretty close to the beginning of the conversation. And it's in radio format. It's a call-in format. I wouldn't say that it's actually a debate. It's kind of a discussion, dear listener. That's what it is, discussion. I think it'll be interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm excited.
Let's do it.
Yeah. All right. Give me a timestamp. Let's go boldly into the future, Luke, like sometime around 1:06 to 1:08, something like that. You got a preference?
Either one is fine. Yeah, let's do it.
All right. I'm at 1:07:35. Here it comes.
Love interest. And now I go to my colleague, my friend, host of the Michael Medved radio show and podcast.
You're a wizard,
Michael
Russ.
Medved. Michael, welcome to the show as always. So, Michael, I want to bounce because I respect you a great deal, as you know. Want to bounce some. Is Michael on? By the way, I'm not hearing you. Michael, you're on, right?
Here.
Yeah. Okay. All's good. Great. Michael, apparently Amazon, which is right in your neck of the woods, you live in Seattle. Amazon apparently has now given up on moving to New York City. Is that correct?
Which is incredible. I mean, to me, this is a vindication of what people have been hearing on the Dennis Prager program and what they've been hearing on my show and basically from all conservatives for a while, which is that liberalism, leftism, kills business. It is at its very core anti-business. And the fact that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is celebrating Amazon giving up on New York City, this is amazing. It's just an astonishing moment of revelation, it seems to me.
I did not know she was celebrating. So
yes,
she
said it was a victory for ordinary people. She just tweeted about it about 10 minutes ago.
Oh, well,
Thank you for
great.
agreeing
That's
with
why
us.
I didn't know. So I was working 10 minutes ago. So this is mind blowing. So wait. So what does the mayor now think of Alexandria?
Oh, I have no idea what de Blasio is going to say here. But probably he'll also claim it's a famous victory because this is what's astonishing to me is this is the worst mayor in
de Blasio didn't
American history.
De
Blasio didn't actually say that.
Years,
right?
I mean,
right. No,
if you look at historical precedent, I think you'd have to go back.
Sorry, I wasn't able to pause. You're absolutely correct. That is,
De Blasio basically had already responded when they recorded the show.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And he's like, his panties are in a ruffle over this.
Yeah, that's correct. He kind of went back, kind of supplicating a little bit to Amazon, asking them to reconsider, which is the truth of the matter. I mean, it's interesting, dear listener. There was, to be fair, a bit of a dichotomy in de Blasio's behavior right here. He kind of strutted it out like, in celebration of, the people's victory over this evil, terrible company. Then he turned right around and kind of kissed their ass trying to bring them back back onto Long Island. You know what I mean? So there was a little bit of dissonance a little bit of inconsistency in his tone, but like Luke is correct to call it out the way he did.
Yeah,
That's
and
right.
he was also talking about how what he really did was blame Trump. Did you see this, Russ? He blamed Trump's what is that tax policy where there's a name for it. It's a 4-letter acronym and I can't remember it.
I can't remember what it is either. Oh gosh, man, and this is so embarrassing. But it's where you get to write off your state taxes against your federal taxes. This is one of the deals of the tax bill that they got rid of. Right, because
it's just funneling money to blue states. That's all it is doing.
Right. That's exactly.
I mean, you want to talk
That's
about taxes
exactly right.
costing money? Ocasio-Cortez, like that's exactly what that law is. Under that logic.
Yeah.
But
So
whatever the case, yeah. So De Blasio came out and was blaming Trump for this. He said, Trump's the reason Amazon won't come here. So so they're actually wrong. De Blasio, and he said that before they recorded this show. He came out and blamed Trump for it. He was upset about this. Now, Ocasio-Cortez, who hates everybody who has more than $50 in their pocket, she, of course, she was mad about it, or happy about it, rather.
Yeah.
But, so they're just, I don't know, man. Yeah, this is not very impressive so far, but because, I don't know, I always like Grabback Special to be a little bit more...
A little bit harder hitting. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or more just get you thinking. Yeah, not concrete little politics.
And Luke, it is. I feel so stupid. I just looked it up. It is the SALT deduction, the state and local taxes.
That's what it is.
Deduction. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Such an appropriate name.
Yeah. Right. Yes, indeed. And so, one point that I would say about this, dear listener, when you start hearing, the leftists, as they always say, is, these toothless rednecks in all these red states, they take more welfare money than people in blue states do. Evil rednecks. Okay. All right. That is objectively true. Okay. It actually happens to be less in terms of money. It is more in terms of per capita. But this also goes back to the point that I really want to drive home here, dear listener. Until the tax bill passed because of the state and local tax deduction, right? So in other words, it works this way, okay? In California, you have the highest state taxes in the country, right? You get charged out the wazoo on your income in California. Well, you get to write that taxation off against your federal returns, okay? This is really unfair to those 7 last bastion tax-free states that still exist, of which Texas is one, I will say, because these states who don't incur state taxes have no write-off against their federal return. So what the truth of the matter is that, oh gosh, who are these states that don't have local taxes? My mom and I always try to name this. There are 7 of them that don't have state taxes. South Dakota, Texas, Nevada, Wyoming, Washington State,
Florida.
Yep, Florida. Yep. And there's one more. But anyways, so what the truth of the matter is, dear listener, is that these no state tax states have been subsidizing these blue metropolises forever because they don't get that write-off, right? This is only just that the federal government took away the state and the SALT deduction. This is only fair when you get right down to it. I mean, what would you say about it, Luke?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I mean, don't live in a blue state.
Right, exactly. That's why people are moving in droves to places like Arizona, which does have a state tax, and Texas, and much to our detriment here in Texas because these damn Californians are just stampeding in here, messing the place up. Florida as well. I mean, Florida is in play as a purple state, right? And it's because the snowbirds are moving down to Florida so that they don't have to pay their taxes. Then they go past their same socialist policies that they're fleeing from. They're right there in the state of Florida. Texas is the same thing is happening. Although I think Texas is kind of, in my objective opinion, maintaining frame pretty well so far, but the onslaught is real nonetheless.
Well, yeah, a lot of that has to do with the oil industry.
It does, most certainly.
I mean, for every tech job for every liberal West Coast tech job that relocates to Texas, there's 5 oil industry jobs created.
That is absolutely correct. Yes, that is absolutely 100% correct. Yep. Yeah, man. Yeah. Oil, just when you write off oil in Texas, dear listener, it comes back with a boom. And cousin, business is booming. So yes, we're doing good in Texas right now. So, and
Indeed, sir.
Yeah. the liberal dream of, flipping Texas purple. Yeah, it may happen, right? Maybe someday flipping Texas blue. Yeah, maybe it'll happen. I, however, do not see a state tax being passed in this state for the foreseeable future. I'm not going to say in our lifetimes. I'm not going to go that far, but for the foreseeable future, even if the state does flip blue, it's not going to pass a state income tax. We make too much money in other means, right? Exactly as Ted Cruz was saying in his speech in El Paso. We're making money right and left in this state off of it, no taxation, no state tax. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, I don't think it's an economic argument that is the reason that the left wants a state income tax.
No,
they want a state income tax because they want to punish people for having money,
Absolutely.
not because they want to raise funds.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Yes, it is a vindictive will, not vindictive. It's just, evil. It is malice in its purest form, right? And always notice these liberals, dear listener, they don't want to pay taxes. They're going to take every deduction they possibly can, just like, de Blasio bitching about, Trump declared war on us when he took away the SALT deduction. Oh my God, that's why Amazon left, because we can no longer take this write-off. It was economic war. It was an act of absolute economic war, I believe is what he said, right? Yeah. All right. You see, so the proof is in the pudding, dear listener. They want that deduction, right? They don't want to pay taxes. They want you to pay taxes. They want to punish you. That's what the real issue is here. Evil in its purest form.
All right, so what do we should jump?
Yeah, I agree. Way into the future, actually. So we've got about an hour of about 30 minutes of content left. We're at 109.43. Where do you want to go?
Let's do 120.
All right, very good.
And let's do two more drops and call it, because we're
fair
pushing
enough.
4 hours right now.
We're running long. I agree. So I'm at 120.08. Dear listener, coming at you.
Those things where our history has been erased. President U.S. Grant, one of the reasons that President Grant has risen in the estimation of historians from very negative, he was at one time rated on the very bottom, to now very positive, the new biography by Ron Chernow, which is outstanding. He's the same guy who wrote the book that the musical Hamilton is based on. But Ron Chernow did this biography of Grant, and he makes clear Grant believed with ferocious intensity that the federal government needed to protect and help the freedmen, as they were called, people who were former slaves. And one of the terrible things that happened was when the Republican Party abandoned that commitment, at least in any meaningful way, in 1876, as part of the deal that was made to get a Republican installed in the White House who had lost the election. But the whole thing is quite depressing. But to say that there were no voices in favor of civil rights, let me share something with you, which I just read. Is Theodore Roosevelt took a tremendous amount of heat when he invited the first African American to dinner at the White House who wasn't serving the meal. In other words,
that was the first? What year would that have been?
That was 1901. He invited, 1902, right after he became president.
And he got a lot of flack?
Yes, he invited Booker T. Washington to the White House. There were people who said he should be impeached for it, for having degraded the national house and the national home. And he also defended the idea that at Lincoln's tomb in Springfield, Illinois, he said this: "It seems to me eminently fitting that the guard around the tomb of Lincoln should be composed of colored soldiers. It was my own good fortune at Santiago," that means in the war, the Spanish-American War, "to serve beside colored troops. A man who is good enough to shed his blood for his country is good enough to be given a square deal afterward."
Man, I got to be honest, Luke. I don't even know what's going on in this conversation other than it sounds like a DR3 argument that's happening here. Is that what you would say about it?
I don't know. I was confused about the part about Republicans not protecting the, because Lincoln was a Republican.
Yes.
And after the Civil War, what he's saying is that the Republicans gave up on protecting civil rights which is total nonsense because the left and the right's quote unquote switch when they switched, which is just, that is total nonsense. That wasn't until the 60s.
Right.
The Democrats were, I mean, the South was blue until the 60s.
Absolutely.
Totally blue.
Absolutely.
So I don't know what he's referring to there, but it could be a lapse in my own historical knowledge. That's entirely possible. So I don't know, but honestly, I was pretty bored with it because they're just kind of like going on about Teddy Roosevelt inviting this guy and he came to the White House and it was a big deal. And then Dennis Prager's like, oh, wow.
Yeah, right.
It's like,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know. That's pretty just, I don't know. I don't find that wow worthy.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I find with Dennis Prager kind of overall is this kind of histrionic overreaction to things that really just kind of don't matter. Not to mention both of these gentlemen, respect. I don't mean this as a criticism, gentlemen, but their voices, their very speech is like nails on a chalkboard to me, Luke. I don't know if you feel the way I do, man, but like I just don't like either of their voices. You know what I mean? I just don't like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I personally don't. I mean, I push that aside. You know, I try to listen to the ideas. Like, you know, Ayn Rand is one of my favorite philosophers. Definitely my favorite philosopher. And I can't stand the sound of her voice.
Oh, I love her voice. I'd never heard her voice until you showed it to me that night in San Francisco. Man, we were up like looking. For something.
Just her accent is so thick.
Oh, I love
it.
And
I'm very much an audiophile.
Yeah.
And I really, really like listening to people who are well-spoken, have a good voice, know how to project their voice.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm an audiophile. Okay. Let me step that back a bit. I don't hate Ayn Rand's voice, but there's a lot left to be desired there. I'll put it that way.
Fair enough.
And it's mainly due to the fact that she smoked for decades.
Yeah, right.
She has this super thick Russian accent.
Yeah. Yeah, I like her voice.
Without those two things, I'm sure it would have been fine.
Yeah, right. But yeah,
but she is the most well-spoken.
For sure. We have some contemporaries. Limbaugh is very well-spoken. There are a lot of people out there that are very well-spoken, but she is extremely well-spoken. Extreme.
Russia's god tier.
Yeah, he is.
Who?
I was just saying Ayn Rand is just extremely well-spoken. You know what I mean? Like her voice or not. Yeah. Subject, object, agreement. You
can see like, it's actually kind of crazy. Like if you watch her in an interview, like you can see her eyes twitching back and forth.
Yeah.
You can just like see the synapses going off in her brain.
You can. It's
like
so
as
true.
she's calculating her response as the person is speaking. And like the moment the person stops speaking, she has her response ready to go. And it's like every single word is perfectly placed.
Yes. Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
But I don't know. I mean, in my opinion, in terms of like talk radio and just communication in the English language and this sort of thing, Rush Limbaugh is the gold standard.
Absolutely, sir. Yeah, he is just God tier, man. Absolute God tier. So, yeah. The Alpha and the Omega, dear listener, that's how I've begun to refer to him. He's the Alpha and the Omega. And I listened to Rush back in the day, and he was already that good back then. He's still just as good now. Mr. Limbaugh, much respect. I don't always agree with you. You blew it on your NAFTA arguments back in the early 90s. You blew it there. But you did give a mea culpa for it, and he just so articulate, so incredibly well-spoken. I mean, just, man, God tier. Hats off, sir. Hats off. So, yeah, I guess, the only thing I have to say about this little bit of sound that we played for you, dear listener, is that it's a bit of a mess. Luke and I really couldn't, get the point of it, It was rather confusing, but it sounds to me like what they are making is the argument, a generic argument at that matter, called DR3. And this is Dems are real racists. Okay, DR3. It seems to me that Medved is trying to lay out the case that Republicans have always been in favor of African American rights, that they brought African Americans out of slavery, that they always believed that they should support them, that they were the first to invite African Americans to the White House, and really they're not, the Republican Party is not racist. the Dems are the racists. That's what it sounds like to me. And I think it's a fairly, excuse my French, dear listener, but it's a fairly shit tier argument, really. Individuals are racist, right? Individuals are. So I'm just going to leave it there.
Yeah, this is when you have to be willing to break free from this party collectivism.
Right, indeed. Yes.
And when you're in this line of argumentation where you're arguing over who's the real racist, you've already lost it by engaging in that argument in the first place.
Absolutely.
If you're trying to convince somebody that your tribe is not the real racist, their tribe is the racist.
Right.
Even engaging in that argument, you've already lost it.
Damn straight.
So just don't do it. Just say, okay, this is why this is the racist behavior and language that I observe in what you are saying. What is racist about what I am saying? Me in particular. Right. Not the Republicans, not the party, not the right, nothing like me personally. What am I saying that is racist and why?
Yep. 100% agreed. All right, man, let's do one more drop. What do you think? Let's give these guys one chance, one really good chance, man. The interview goes to about 140. We are currently resting at 122.42. You got a time preference in mind?
Let's go to 130. I mean, usually these things get juicier towards the end. So yeah, we'll give them one more shot. Dear listener, sorry if this isn't the best grab bag special, but
we're a little bit
doing what we
disappointed.
can.
It's not, yeah, we're doing what we can. We work with what we had. We really thought that this was going to be a little bit more hard hitting than it's turning out to be. But yeah, you know, you win some, you lose some. That's the magic of grab bag special, and that is the risk of grab bag special, dear listener. Sometimes it goes great.
Yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't. So, Luke, I'm at 130 on the nose. You ready for it?
Let's do it.
All right, coming at you, dear listener.
To show.
All right, but by Jolson's time, obviously, we're not talking any slavery.
Not at all. It was basically to take this Jewish guy who was the son of a cantor, and to say, well, he could sing jazz, he could sing hot music, and sort of American music, without any sense of it being inappropriate. The feeling that somehow for someone who could dance and sing and be lively and hot, that it was more appropriate if it was associated with blackface.
All right, so
other.
When we get back, I want you to tell me when we find
this is
out
terrible,
about all
Russ.
these Virginia Democratic officials having.
All right, dude, I'll tell you what, man. I don't know what these first two segments are, but just go to like minute 30.
All right.
I don't know who these people are.
All right.
I don't know who this guest is. Just go to minute 30. We'll see. I think it's the editor-in-chief or something for the National Review. Let's just go there. We'll see what we hit.
All right, minute 30. Let's take it at 5. How about that, man? Just so we get all past that preamble and warm up and all that kind of stuff. You down for that? Like maybe hit minute 5, 5:30, somewhere in there.
Oh no, I was saying minute 30.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Minute 5, 5:30. So we get past all the intros and all of the, getting comfy and all that kind of stuff, and try to take it where something is really happening. You know what I mean? Maybe 5 minutes.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
All right, here it is. This is 5 minutes, 33 seconds coming at you, dear listener.
No, to say how much you love somebody, appreciate somebody, and it's good for the economy. I mean, why would anyone object to that? Take a look. I heard that.
No, dude, go to minute 30.
Okay.
And I don't know how they.
All right, minute 30 coming at you.
And they sing. There's an automatic listen. And it's not fully understandable, but part of it is the authority and clarity with which you speak. I've analyzed speaking, obviously, because I've done it and made a living through it my whole life. He speaks and sings at the same time. Anyway, welcome to the show. It's Valentine's Day, so you get the usual unhappy folks. There are two types. You know what? I think I should write a column. I did, actually. There are two.
Russ, I think we struck out, man.
Sorry about it, dear listener. We tried. Yeah. This is a 0. I found nothing of intellectual value, nothing entertaining. Although, to Dennis Prager's point, I was one of these angry persons on Valentine's Day. I do hate Valentine's Day, dear listener, and in every respect, I really do. So, guilty, busted. Yes, I know it's cliche and usual, but I do happen to be one of them. Yeah, I think it was so promising, Luke. It was just so promising, So,
yeah, I know.
Yeah. So, our fellow travelers on the right, the reason that we do this exercise of grab bag special is to keep you in line, to keep our side in line, right? So what I would say that we just learned, dear listener, and Luke, respectfully, say something interesting.
Yeah, seriously. It's like we're on hour 4 now at this point. This will be almost a 4-hour show, and not a moment of this show went to waste, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's right. So, Dennis Prager, glad you got your show. Glad you had Michael Medved on. Just say interesting stuff, bro. Yeah.
That was oh man, I'm sorry, dear listener. Okay, so maybe next time we do a little more QA.
Maybe
quality
so.
Assurance.
Maybe so.
That was actually a QA fail on our part.
It was, but we
part,
try to keep it fresh. It was an honest mistake, dear listener. Sorry to waste your time like this. We hope that you enjoyed our dulcet tones, despite, kind of a swing and a miss in terms of content. Yeah, we'll do better, but like, dear listener, the problem that Luke and I have at the moment is that really we're not finding really interesting stuff dropping right now. We've got some stuff on table that are happening in the future, right? That are on deck that are going to happen in the future, and we're going to bring those to you. But right now, Luke, it's just kind of a vacuum, man. There's really not much happening, in terms of, except for HSP, if I do say so myself, which I do.
Yeah, dude. It's really weird, man. I feel like it's kind of a desert right now in terms of content.
Yes, sir.
And it's funny because 6 months ago there was so much content we couldn't have gotten to all of it in terms of grab bag special and the intellectual dark web and all this stuff. It was like there was so much stuff going on 6 months ago, 9 months ago, a year ago.
Yes, sir.
We couldn't have possibly hit it all. And now it's like we're just waiting for people to drop something and they're not doing anything. I don't know, man.
I don't either, man. Well, we'll stay interesting, dear listener. We'll stay interesting. Believe that. Come back week after week. Sorry for this kind of swing and a miss, but we'll QA better going forward. We promise.
Indeed.
All right, let's ride, man. I think 27 is in the books, man. How do you feel about it?
Agreed entirely. It's in the books.
Thank you so much, dear listener. We had a great time. We hope you did as well, except for this grab bag special. Hopefully we kept it entertaining. So I don't think we have any other business here, Luke. Great show, brother. It was always good to talk to you, man. It's always good to have these conversations, man. I hope you had as much fun as I did.
Oh, dude, I had a great time, as always. Out of my week. I love it.
As always, yes, sir. All right. We ride to the sunset, dear listener. Thank you so much for joining us.
No, we ain't riding into the sunset, dude. It's time to set up camp, make dinner.
That's right. That's true.
Yeah, we just rode 27 miles, dude. We got some hungry deer listeners here.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Got to get the chuck wagon out, dig a pit, make a fire.
Yeah, that's right, dear listener. Let's sit up. Let's get comfy. Let's camp out, and man, let's sit here and camp out and fellowship until next week.
All right, peace.
Late.